I'm gonna say this up front. There's a lot to like about Errant Signal's Bioshock Infinite video. He speaks a lot more coherently than I ever could, and his voice is delightful to listen to. Ultimately, his presentation is the best part of his videos, and that's very important when so much of his video is just this.
About a fifth of the game seems to stem from a place that at least has ambitions of being artful, of saying something that connects with people. But the remaining 80% is gunshots, explosions, and magical space booze that gives you colorful superpowers as you slaughter racist religious zealots in a city in the sky with your nine-fingered companion who can take you to alternate dimensions. Do you see how that might conflict with the grounded emotions and empathetic truths a little bit? One fundamentally opposes the other, and you can't have both.
And that's a great irony here. I never heard of Campster before his Infinite video, and his arguments were so well presented that I subscribed to him despite my vehement disagreements. It was only after I consumed a significant amount of his work that I realized that there were numerous flaws and contradictions with respect to his arguments against Infinite. Instead of telling all this, how about I show you? Campster begins by making a lot of buttery claims about the good of Infinite to try and get fans to agree with what he's about to say next.
I'm going to say this up front. There's a lot to love in Bioshock Infinite. The game is one of the most jaw-droppingly gorgeous games in recent memory, thanks mostly to some deft art direction. It evokes a turn-of-the-century charm with an almost Norman Rockwell sense of idealism. And the visuals are steeped in a three-pronged soundtrack that has original scores, licensed period music, and old-timey covers of pop songs from the last 50 years. It's hard not to be moved at some point during the game, either by jaw-droppingly gorgeous vistas or cleverly rearranged covers of a song.
He has admitted in recent years that this opening is just to placate fans of Infinite, which was fairly obvious at the time. Unfortunately, I can actually think and assess. Just because you say nice things about the game doesn't mean I'm going to turn a blind eye to faulty or flat out incorrect arguments. That being said, I'm going to reveal my own thoughts on the visuals. The game looks pretty, but I don't find it particularly gorgeous until we see Columbia in flames. For me, the hook was the tension, the mystery, and the action. Yes, the action. But I'll reserve my commentary on that for later.
To top that off, there are moments of real, genuine human empathy here. Elizabeth and Booker's song in the basement of the shantytown bar is obviously a highlight of the game, but there are smaller moments. Hearing how Preston Downs moves from Comstock's pocket to a member of the Resistance, a Titanic-style scene where a woman is sobbing that she can't make the jump to the lifeboat, Booker's sudden panic and rejection of his baptism. These are emotionally charged scenes that feel like real things that real people would do. They're effective, grounded, honest. They give the game a much needed sense of humanity because so much of the game is, well, this.
Stop him! Stop him! The false shepherds have to lead our lamb astray!
And? I don't get. How are these at odds with each other? Has Campster never read an old epic like Beowulf and the Odyssey? Both of which discuss deep and personal and human concepts in between bouts of violence?
Which wouldn't be out of place in most games, but Bioshock Infinite doesn't want to be most games. It wants to be important. It wants to say something. But it thinks it can do that without addressing its absurd, stilted, floaty, gory gameplay, and more than anything, that's why it fails.
I must have missed Campster's rant about Full Metal Alchemist trying to say something about humanity's ability to overcome great hardships in between sci-fi fantasy conflicts, or his rant about how Beowulf tries to tell a story about how time catches up with all of us in between bouts of bloody, gory fights.
Sure, we could wax philosophical about the game's ending, but that's 20 minutes of barely interactive play made memorable by a plot twist.
First off, multiple twists, Campster. Multiple twists. Second, the scene is also memorable for its abstract imagery. Third, you yourself cite not one, but two scenes in that sequence that you love and remember, so it's obviously memorable for more than one twist.
And while it is neat, and it does have some of the best moments of the game, it doesn't justify the 7 hours that came before it any more than making people watch a good Twilight Zone episode can justify making them watch 7 hours of homemade snuff films.
This is more a case about the low quality of the rest of the game before it, and I'll get to that when he says something specific.
About a fifth of the game seems to stem from a place that at least has ambitions of being artful, of saying something that connects with people. But the remaining 80% is gunshots, explosions, and magical space booze that gives you colorful superpowers as you slaughter racist religious zealots in a city in the sky with your nine-fingered companion who can take you to alternate dimensions. Do you see how that might conflict with the grounded emotions and empathetic truths a little bit? One fundamentally opposes the other, and you can't have both.
Bear in mind, Campster isn't saying you can't discuss politics and have violence. That would be equally fallacious, but he isn't saying that here. He's saying you can't have violence and heartfelt characters. It doesn't matter how well justified it is by the plot, though I suspect Campster doesn't even know the plot. You shouldn't have them side by side at all. And this just laughs in the face of countless stories told since the dawn of time. Star Wars tells the story of romance, friendship, and the son redeeming the father, all in between sequences of trash compactor monsters, planet-destroying laser guns, space cowboys, space wizards, and Ewoks. One fundamentally opposes the other, and you can't have both. The Lord of the Rings tells a story about how the smallest and weakest among us can take a stand to make the world a better place, complete with the loving bond of two friends as they strive against grave hardships, while the rest of it features dwarves and orcs, crazy war scenes, and a magical ring that turns people invisible. One fundamentally opposes the other, and you can't have both. Doctor Who features an extremely believable and heart-wrenching scene between the Doctor and the Master in the series 3 finale. And this is in between clashes with vampires, werewolves, various zombies, and... Doctor, did you set off Pompeii? You rascal. And while it's true that the Doctor doesn't kill to the extreme degrees as Booker, if you ignore the genocide of his own people anyway, there's loads of ridiculous sci-fi elements before, during, and after this episode. One fundamentally opposes the other, and you can't have both. By the logic just espoused by Campster, all of these stories are equally bad. And that's the heart of this ludonarrative dissonance problem. Countless books and movies have done the same thing, yet critics in our medium are desperate to claim that these concepts are at odds, all without explaining the difference. In general, Campster's assessment is shallow, and shows a poor understanding of pacing and structure. Let's look at his assessment of the DLC Burial at Sea for a reference.
Answer is in the sunken part of the city where everybody is splicers, and it looks exactly like the first Bioshock game. I was like, oh, really?
It suffers the exact same problem of Bioshock Infinite in that regard, where it's like an opening that whether it has flaws or not, is like non-violent and kind of universe-building-y, and then when they decide to start the combat, it's like, well, done with the universe-building and story, go shoot some crap for 3 hours, and that's sort of what the game does, where it's like, I don't want to spoil anything, but basically, yes, everyone down in this buried bit of Rapture is a splicer for various reasons, and it's dumb.
Does Campster not know what the 3-act structure is? I'll give you all a quick refresher. Act 1 is when you introduce the characters and conflict. It ends when the conflict is set in motion. Act 2 is the majority of the story, developing the world, plot, and characters in between the conflict until the final turning point, in which the characters reach the darkest hour. The third act is the climax and following action. Just look at A New Hope. While it did start with a lot of action, it ground to a halt pretty quickly once the droids wound up on Tatooine. After that, we got a mostly character retrospection of Luke, giving us his wants and needs with the tension of the Empire in the background. Same goes for Die Hard, which didn't start with any action at all. It mostly focused on introducing us to John McClane and showing us the personal conflict between him and his wife before Hans Gruber makes his move. Again with The Lord of the Rings. We start off with a chunk of exposition laced with war scenes. Then we spend the majority of the first hour in the leisurely setting of the Shire, with no trace of serious action until Frodo is given the One Ring. The only way you wouldn't know this is if you had your head in the ground, only consuming primary school teacher-approved literature. In such a scenario, you would honestly believe that every action-adventure story is the Two Brothers skit from Rick and Morty, but they're not. I speak from experience. I write action adventures all the time, and my biggest problem starting out was pacing myself, appreciating those slow moments and developing the character's intention accordingly. In other words, giving the audience a chance to breathe. But let's take a closer look at Infinite and Burial at Sea's beginnings. While Infinite doesn't necessarily start with an action scene, It does start with a foreboding conversation between Booker and Elizabeth, making it clear that something serious will happen later. After that, we wake up on the boat that's ferrying us to the lighthouse. There, Booker is given his suitcase, in which we are given multiple key details. 1. Booker is a wounded knee veteran, meaning that he's done and seen some serious action. 2. There is a pistol in the briefcase, which he takes out, communicating that Booker is about to do something that involves violence. 3. We see Booker look over instructions pertaining to Elizabeth, telling us that she's the object of the conflict. After he gets to the lighthouse, things get ominous. We see a sign threatening Booker to complete his job, complete with a bloodstain. Further, Booker calls out for someone, and no one answers, telling us that something is wrong. Finally, we see a corpse tied to a chair, with the sign, "Don't disappoint us," clear and obvious.
Shit.
All of this establishes that Booker is working for a shady group of villainous characters, and that failure is not an option. Most of all, it tells us that this job will likely involve action if his employers felt the need to make this threat. So, while we did get a lot of slow, world-developing moments at the start, Booker's outing and fight at the raffle was meant to be the turning point that sent the conflict into action, while everything in the lighthouse served to hint that this would come. If you went through all of this and thought that the violence was out of place, then you are a poor analyst. Next, let's look at Burial at Sea. Now, I'm no fan of Burial at Sea. I think it greatly hurt the lore of both games it was trying to patch together. However, the pacing between the start and the action is not as clumsily handled as Campster would have you believe. To start with, we get a flashback to the ending of the main game, which set everything in motion. This informs us that the end has some connection to this crisis. Next, we get Elizabeth telling us that that girl Booker looked after is still alive and in danger, setting the stakes.
Well, you got a name, miss?
Elizabeth. You can call me Elizabeth.
What can I do for you?
There's a girl who needs to be found. Maybe you've seen her.
This girl's dead.
You know her.
You'll see dozens of her tied down by the docks or the slums in Apollo Square. Orphans. But Fontaine's charity shut. No place for them.
But her you know.
As I said, girl's dead.
Lost.
Look, I don't know where you get...
Lost isn't dead. Name your rate, I will pay you for this work. But you do this one gratis, wouldn't you?
I don't follow.
Something tells me you will.
Throughout the rest of this beginning portion, we learn through little details and expositional lines that there is a department store sunken and cut off from Rapture, full of Fontaine's old crew as a prison. Given that this is a den of criminals now, it is set up as a dark and dangerous place, complete with serious damage and water leakage as a result of being cut off.
Ryan's been good to me. Few are the patrons who truly understand the struggle of the artist. But even I was a little leery when he shuttered Fontaine's business and sent that bald buck to a grave deep in the briny. But when Ryan buried all of Fontaine's pals in that department store, someone had to find a home for all those freshly minted orphans. And if I turned $1 or $2 in the process, you can hardly blame me for doing well by doing good.
Fontaine got taken out by Ryan's goons for one reason only. He built a better mousetrap.
Errant Signal, don't want to get us both rounded up?
So you admit that Ryan's rounding people up.
It was a figure of speech.
I'm not calling the kettle black as a figure of speech.
I keep my head low and I do my job.
Like a good job.
Now, is that a figure of speech?
That unpleasant
this crowd are enjoying themselves. Locked up forever.
Gotta hand it to the old man. Locking up Fontaine's thugs in his own department store. That's poetic justice.
When Ryan take over Fontaine Futuristics, scene of a terrible violence. Splicers burning each other to bits. Lucky ones not killed, sent to department store prison instead. Suchong think he dead man too. But then Ryan comes to Suchong and says, Suchong want to be buried in filthy store, or Suchong want to make a good salary? Work for Ryan. How much salary? Asks Suchong. This Ryan find very funny.
I understand why Ryan wants to lock all of Fontaine's men up in that department store, but why on earth should we have to feed them? Isn't a prisoner just another parasite?
What you want to do, Irene? Hang them all?
You said it, not me.
So, when we see Booker and Elizabeth making their way there via bathysphere, we know what to expect. The imagery around it helps, as it looks dank and decrepit, complete with commentary from Booker and Elizabeth.
Look.
Fontaine's. Ryan sent the whole thing to the bottom.
But it's a prison now. Why would Cohen have sent Sally there?
I don't know.
Everyone has needs. I merely provide a service for those who have the means to pay. You'll find your little bird in the housewares department.
How many people do you suppose Ryan's got locked up in that place?
Enough. Fontaine had amassed something near an army. Now they're down there, spliced up and wild. All right, there's a dock up ahead.
Takes a cold son of a bitch to do that to a living person.
What's that?
Burial at sea.
You read your residency contract with Ryan Industries? In perpetuity, we're all buried at sea.
The shift from slow character and plot development to action is both well-paced and contextually appropriate. I don't think Campster knows anything about storytelling. Of course, it's also possible that Campster just doesn't think it makes sense that the splicers are insane straight away, and that's a fair argument on the surface. However, even that is fallible. The splicers, by definition, are injecting themselves with Adam. Adam has been stated repeatedly to leave severe physical damage when it runs out, hence why Fontaine and Ryan refuse to use it.
Adam acts like a benign cancer, destroying native cells and replacing them with unstable stem versions. While this very instability is what gives it its amazing properties, it is also what causes the cosmetic and mental damage. More and more Adam just to keep back the tide. From a medical standpoint, this is catastrophic. From a business standpoint, well, Fontaine sees the possibilities.
Moreover, as stated before, this place is filled with Fontaine's men. According to Bill McDonough, they were all splicing.
Fontaine knew our blokes were coming. We were done over. Then splicers come screaming out the woodwork. Burping fire, spitting ice. Demons out of the Bible they were. I've never seen nothing like it. It wasn't a business he was building. It was an army.
Given that they're cut off from Rapture, and Ryan is in control of the Atom, they are no doubt suffering the effects of Atom withdrawal, which isn't the same as drug withdrawal. So, in this scenario, it makes perfect sense for these characters to have been driven mad. So, in either case, Campster's argument is wrong. But the main point that I'm getting at here is that Campster doesn't understand how action-adventure stories are written and paced. He sees slow moments rich with character, then tense action scenes, and thinks that they cannot coexist within the same story, which is a complete fallacy. But back to Infinite.
It's not even that the game suffers from some severe dissonance between its play and its story, although that's certainly here. Booker will be mourning his time as a Pinkerton agent keeping the unions down, or lamenting his involvement in Wounded Knee one minute, and the next he's exploding the heads off of one person or jamming his skyhook straight into the neck of another.
You're omitting loads of context here, Campster. Booker's doing this job because he'll be hunted down by both the men he's indebted to and his employers, which they tacitly threatened to do during the lighthouse scene. Moreover, the military police of Columbia are actively hunting him down, in addition to standing in the way of his goal. Booker doesn't like what he is or what he's doing, but he's trapped in a situation that gives him no other option. A wanted man in a city that wants to execute him without trial. What other option is there? At best, you can make the argument that Booker made various bad choices that kept him locked in his life, but that's the point. Regardless of what path Booker chooses after Wounded Knee, his refusal to accept his own potential for growth leaves him stuck in a world where he's constantly hurting people. The only alternative is dying himself.
You need something, pal?
I don't know.
2 tickets for passage to the First Lady airship?
Yeah, just a minute, friend. Yeah, I have it. How do you, want to proceed?
In a bit of a rush, pal.
Hey, mister, you're gonna get mustard all over your nice suit.
I got it. I'll ring you back once the matter's in hand.
I don't like this.
Yeah, send in the bird. We're ready to execute.
Excuse me, can I get some help here?
Certainly, sir. Sorry about the wait!
What are you doing? Get the girl! Get off of me! From me! Kill those people. I can't believe you did that. They're all dead. You killed those people.
Elizabeth,
You're a monster.
what did you think was going to happen?
What?
Do you understand the expense people went through to keep you locked up in that tower? You think people like that are just going to let you walk away? You are an investment, and you will not be safe until you are far away from here.
What do they want from me?
I don't know. That's the last time anyone gets the drop on me.
Let me see your hand. What happened back there? It's not the last of it, is it?
I don't know.
There.
2 tickets for passage to the First Lady airship?
Yeah, just a minute, friend. Yeah, I have it. How do you, want to proceed?
In a bit of a rush, pal.
Hey, mister, you're gonna get mustard all over your nice suit.
I got it. I'll ring you back once the matter's in hand.
I don't like this.
Yeah, send in the bird. We're ready to execute.
Stay where you are!
Move in!
What are you doing? Get the girl! Get away from me!
Hey, come back here!
Kill those people. I can't believe you did that. They're all dead. You killed those people.
Elizabeth,
You're a monster.
what did you think was going to happen?
What?
Do you understand the expense that people went through to keep you locked up in that tower? You think people like that are just going to let you walk away? You are an investment, and you will not be safe until you are far away from here.
What do they want from me?
I don't know. One thing I've learned. If you don't draw first, you don't get to draw at all.
You're bleeding. Come here. What happened back there? It's not the last of it, is it?
I don't know.
There.
Now, some of you may think it overkill to play this scene twice, even with a mild difference of choice. However, it seems that Campster didn't understand the severity of the situation the first time Booker explained it, so I find it absolutely necessary. Booker's situation is comparable to that of Darth Vader, who he strongly suggested to hate what he is and what he's doing. By the logic espoused here, Vader is also a badly written and inconsistent character.
But more than just dissonant, the combat feels like empty, pointless filler designed to pad a game out to official retail game length TM. The violence is never at any point sufficiently justified.
To start with, the combat is the story. I know that a lot of people don't think that, so allow me to explain. As I stated in my extra credits video, Infinite is an action-adventure story. Action-adventures progress their plots through physical conflicts. They could be characters stuck in a booby trap, fighting off large numbers of enemies at a time, or simply cornered by some wild animal. In these scenarios, the focus isn't the drama or the inner arc, but rather the actions they take to de-escalate the situation. As a comparison, let's look at Jaws. First, they lay Hooper down as bait to try and skewer the shark with a spear. When that fails, the beast tears into them, devouring Quint and flooding the boat. As the shark gets closer, Martin hurls a scuba tank into its mouth before climbing up to stay as far out of the water as possible. He's all alone, waiting for it to appear. When it does, he opens fire on it with a rifle, shooting the scuba tank and blowing it to bits. There is no drama or retrospection here, only crisis and actions taken to undo it. This applies tenfold to games. Those long stretches of gameplay between cutscenes are a series of unique obstacles, reminiscent of those you would see in ancient mythologies, or else a strong replication of action scenes from a movie. As for justification, Booker is the most wanted man in the city. He's a morally ambiguous anti-hero going up against an unambiguous villain. So everyone here has a motive to fight him, and Booker has a motive to fight back, both to defend himself from them and to save himself from the wrath of his employers and debtors. If you don't like playing this role, fair enough, but to claim that there is no justification is simply you ignoring the context. And this isn't the last time he did this. Let's take a break to look at his Keep Your Politics Out of My Games video. This isn't exclusively about Infinite, so my assessment here will be brief. Ignoring the fact that Campster completely misrepresents the criticisms of blatant propaganda as a childish desire to avoid uncomfortable subjects, Campster once again represents Infinite's story completely inaccurately.
And anyone dissecting them in a political or social or cultural context is just bringing their own baggage to the conversation. But that's just absurd on its face, especially as many of the games that generate some of the harshest criticisms bring their own politics to the table. Bioshock Infinite uses racially charged imagery as a replacement for actually giving Comstock a reason to be an antagonist for the first half of the game.
First off, while it is true that Comstock is politically motivated, Campster is framing it as the game saying, they're just racist, go kill them. No. Comstock wants Elizabeth to complete his plans for him. For as long as Booker has her, Comstock will send his soldiers after them.
Need to head to the roof, take that skyline to Monument Island.
I know why you've come, false shepherd. I see every sin that blackens your soul. Wounded knee, the Pinkertons, the drinking, the gambling, and of course, Anna. And now, to repay a debt, you've come from my land. But not all debts can be repaid, Booker.
You don't know me, pal.
Prophecy is my business, Mr. DeWitt. As blood as yours. You know why these men will die for me? Because I have seen their future in the glory. And hence they are content. What brought you to Columbia, Booker? Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt? This will end in blood, DeWitt. Then again, always ends in blood.
Jesus.
It is one thing to imagine one's future, and another to see it. I have seen the seeds of fire that will prepare the Sodom below for the coming of the Lord. But Elizabeth shall sow those seeds, not I. I will fall before the job is done. But she shall take up my mantle. The Lord is calling me home. I feel his love in every tumor, because they are the train which takes me to his station. And I go with joy, knowing that Elizabeth will take my earthly place. But the false shepherd is coming to lead my lamb astray. I will not board that train until she is safe from his deceptions.
That's my tower.
Lo, while Daisy Fitzroy has murdered my beloved, she shall not have the child. She shall not come betwixt her and prophecy.
The seed of the prophet shall sit the throne and drown in flame the mountains of man.
You're Comstock's daughter.
No, I can't be. I can't.
He wants you to follow in his footsteps.
Well, I want a puppy, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna get one.
Moreover, his plans require that Elizabeth's agency be overridden.
Hello.
Hey! Knock it off! Stop it! Will you stop it?
Not here to hurt you.
Who are you?
My name is DeWitt. I'm a friend. I come to get you out of
Get
here.
away! Are you real?
I'm real enough.
He's coming. You've gotta go.
Why?
You don't want to be here when he gets here. Just a minute, I'm getting dressed.
Get you out of here.
There's no way out. Trust me, I've looked. Stop it, you're too impatient. That's enough.
What about this?
What about it?
This is the way out, isn't it?
What are you... Give it to me. It's a way out. This way. It's his job to keep me locked up in here.
We'll see about that.
Who are you? Why did you come here? This way, come on!
Wait!
Hurry!
Call the elevator!
What?
Press the button!
What is all this? They were watching me? All this time? Why? Why did they put me in here? What am I? What am I?
You're the girl who's getting out of this tower.
The gondola's coming!
He will abandon you, my sweet Elizabeth. Once he has what he needs, he will leave you alone. What else could you expect from a liar and killer of women?
Comstock.
Father, prophet, whomever you are, I'm leaving and there's naught you can do to stop me.
Oh, sweet child. That's where you're...
This makes Comstock categorically evil. Racism be damned. And Booker, as stated above, is shooting back both to defend himself and complete his job. While it is true that he doesn't have much more respect for Elizabeth's agency than Comstock does, he has already been established as morally ambiguous, working for a malevolent third party right at the start, so the game knows how he's framed. While I won't deny that there are some attempts at using racism as a shorthand for making a villain despicable, there is far more going on with these characters than Campster would have you believe. Most importantly, the men shown in this clip aren't even Comstock soldiers. They're a renegade group following Cornelius Slate, who are also attacking Booker, forcing him to fight them. While they are likely racist as well, they never discuss it. Their only interests are Comstock's historical revisionism and a desire for death by combat. Booker is given no choice but to fight them if he wants to survive.
I served 20 years of soldiering, and every heathen land I've known has less peopled for my passing. I hated no special enemy. Until now. Comstock. He's made a vaudeville travesty of my battles and cast himself as the White Knight. I called him out over it, and he stripped me of my rank. That man has never seen the savage face of war. But he will. Veterans! You shed your heart's blood for Columbia, lost limb and viscera in the godless Orient. Comstock did nothing! And yet, look up! Whose image squats above you even now? At every angle and insult! If the prophet would make a painted whore of our past, what fresh rape does our future hold? Let us now make our stand and fill yonder hole with true heroes! My men and I are doomed. Doomed as noble Custer was at Little Bighorn. But we shall not yield to Comstock and his tin soldiers. But my scout has seen him. Booker DeWitt is coming here to the hall. DeWitt. We called him the White Injun of Wounded Knee for all the grisly trophies he claimed. A man such as he might just grant us the peace we seek.
Our prophet, Father Comstock, commander of the 7th Cavalry.
That man did not lead the 7th. Hell, I don't even remember the guy.
Corporal DeWitt proved his worth on the field that day.
Well, I'll be. Slate? Is that you?
You've always been different, haven't you, Booker? You crave no glory.
Look, I see you're caught up in some kind of jam here. If you could see fit to let us through to where they keep this shock jockey, then we'll...
That tin soldier, Comstock, once my boy's dead. We won't die at his hands.
There's going to be trouble.
All my men have left is a choice. Die at the hands of a tin soldier, or a real one.
Down for glory!
You see, you're a killer, Booker. Like it or not.
Just give us the shock jockey.
If you want the vigor, you will give my men a soldier's death. They wait for you in Wounded Knee in Peking.
I read about this. Comstock led the Colombian troops to Peking.
Comstock wasn't there! The Boxers took my eye and 30 of my friends. Is there even a stone to mark that sacrifice? You see, young miss? You see the man that Comstock wishes he was? A real soldier.
I don't want to do this, Slate. Just give me what I need.
I will. After you do the same for me. Come and look for me amongst the ghost dancers.
Who are the ghost dancers?
Wounded Knee. He means us to head to the other display.
Can you hear Comstock's tin soldiers coming to silence us? But we are the true patriots. The history that does not fit in their books.
You were there. At Wounded Knee. I can see it in your face.
Tell her, Booker. Tell her how we strode that battlefield like the heroes of Sparta. I still hear the screams. There's Comstock. Here's the soldier I spoke of. The kind of man Comstock pretends to be. Say if I told you true. You did them a favor, Booker. You let them die like men.
I didn't ask for this. I have no quarrel with these men.
Heroes never ask.
I never claimed to be no hero.
Then what are you? If you take away all the parts of Booker DeWitt you tried to erase, what's left? Come back to the Rotunda. It's almost over.
This is the basic definition of an antagonist. Adding to that, the player is given the choice to spare Slate, in which it is communicated that letting him live is Booker's way of punishing him for the experience.
You're not done here, soldier! Eat everything that's on your plate! Finish it! They haven't changed you, Booker. Not one bit.
Shock jockey. Oh, this better be worth the Slate.
I suppose it was mercy. Comstock's men would have taken him.
I suppose it was.
Do you ever get used to it? The killing.
Faster than you can imagine.
Is that not cruel? To forbid the mixing of the races. Is that not cruel? To give the vote to the white man and deny it to the yellow, the black, the red. Is that not cruel? But is it not cruel to banish your children from a perfect garden? Or drown your flock under an ocean of water? Cruelty can be instructive.
What could people have done to deserve to be locked up in a place like this?
Fink don't need much of a reason.
No. No, he doesn't.
You're not done here, soldier! Eat everything that's on your plate! Finish it! You're a tin man now! A tin man!
You're spared.
It wasn't me. Comstock's men will surely take him.
Do you ever get used to it? The killing.
Faster than you can imagine.
I can tell what Slate said bothered you. You showed me. Sometimes you have to do what's necessary to survive.
There's survival, and then there's finding pleasure in the act.
Booker.
Look, you seem like a decent enough sort. That said, the less you know about me, the better.
It's Slate. He looks... You were right. Sparing him was no mercy.
But hey, maybe he just forgot in the time between this video and his initial video. In his original video, he claimed to have played through the game twice before writing and recording, so surely he won't make any mistakes like...
In Bioshock, splicers felt like monsters, but in a way they actually were. They were certainly no longer human and were driven mad either by their genetic modifications, living in a tin can at the bottom of the sea, or simply witnessing the horrors of Rapture's fall. Here, though, there's no justification for why everyday townsfolk will bum-rush Booker with a suicidal fervor and insatiable bloodlust.
Campster. Campster! Campster! Those are soldiers! How? How is it possible to be this brazenly ignorant? You played the game twice and had the time to write, record, and edit this, and not once did you notice the uniforms. Is Campster just telling a lie and praying we're too stupid to call him out on it? Well, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. How many civilians do we fight in the game? Well, throughout the race to the tower, the only people resembling citizens that we fight are members of the Order of the Raven, a subsect of Comstock's cult, so they don't count. In Duke and Dimwit, we fight military police. In the Hall of Heroes, we fight renegade soldiers. In Finkton, we fight police and, possibly, a man protecting his property. Later on, we have Fink's job interview, which I've conceded is poor in a previous video. After that, more military police, bandits in Shantytown, then the Vox Populi, and the founders for the rest of the game. The only civilian you fight after that is a guy you find hiding in his home in Emporia, and he attacks you without any attempt at civility. So, the only instances in which you actually fight civilians can be counted on one hand, and even then, there is a justification to them, however weak you might consider it. Even if this is a problem, it's not broad enough in scale to justify this criticism. Well, maybe Campster is arguing that it doesn't make sense for the military police. Even so, he's wrong.
Prophecy is my business, Mr. DeWitt. As blood as yours. You know why these men will die for? Because I have seen their future in the glory. And hence they are content.
Follow me!
On one side of our land stands the false shepherd, and the other, the remnants of the heretical Vox Populus. Which one of you men will not gladly go to his reward to see her safely to her destiny? Rejoice! Rejoice! Death has no sting!
This is the moment we trained for. The false shepherd is here. The day was not exact, but the prophet's sight proves out again. The specimen must be taken alive. If she dies, I suspect they will give us to the bird, and whatever pieces it leaves behind will bear no names. That was cigarette number 6. This waiting is insufferable.
That last one was the leader of the ambush, by the way. The same one where Booker could get his hand stabbed. Between the promises and the threats, Comstock's men have plenty of incentive to keep going after Booker. Of course, there's also the Vox Populi, who serve as 50% of the game's enemies. What's their motive? They're fighting to destroy the Founders, and they're using the narrative of Booker's sacrifice to do it. The living version of Booker is a threat to this. So, those who still believe in the cause are more than willing to lay down their lives to maintain this story.
You couldn't have known this would happen.
I had a role in this catastrophe. If you want to pretend that we're purely innocents in this, then that's your prerogative, but...
Hello? Fink?
I saw you die, Booker. Saw it with my own eyes.
Fitzroy. Listen, I got you your guns. I'm here for my airship.
But my Booker DeWitt died for the Vox Populi. You either an imposter or a ghost. My Booker DeWitt was a hero to the cause, a story to tell your children. You just complicate the narrative.
No!
The fact that this alleged fake killed Daisy Fitzroy probably doesn't help Booker in this department. You're not exposing how poorly thought out Infinite is. You're just revealing that you're so self-centered and materialistic that you can't empathize with someone who's willing to die for a greater cause. This isn't a matter of opinion or you disliking something that I like. You're just wrong. Goodness, how this wasn't enough to shoot his credibility in the foot right here astounds me.
Rapture felt like a place where atom addicts were stalking you for their next fix. Bioshock Infinite feels like a game that puts enemies in your way because it's a video game, and that's what video games do.
No, in Infinite, it feels more like you're a lone wolf fighting against a large military machine, outnumbered and outweaponed in every corner. Of course, to understand this requires one to understand the story, and Campster seems to think that this is what Townsfolk look like, so he probably doesn't understand the story at all.
The Handyman fights are a great example of this. They're Bioshock Infinite's equivalent of Big Daddies. It's even implied that they're based on Fink overhearing Shu Chong and Tenenbaum's research. In Bioshock, Big Daddies would roam the halls and warn you away if you got too close, but you had to actively transgress to start combat. These fights were, at least until the end of the game, major events that had you gather resources and plan for them. But when you were ready, you could attempt to slay one of these huge beasts, and when you killed him, he'd let out a tortured moan as his little sister would sob over the body. What happened to her then was up to you. Big Daddy fights had a sense of anticipation and player preparation leading up to them that climaxed in this combination of victory tinged with a bit of sadness. In Bioshock Infinite, Handyman attacks are just scripted events that come whenever the designers think they'd look the coolest. A big guy in a metal suit shows up and wails on you like he's a stock mini-boss out of Double Dragon. There's no tension, just a war of attrition as you try to whittle his health down before moving on, indifferent to the whole affair. These monsters don't have a meaningful place in the world the way the Big Daddies did. Your fights with them don't have any emotional stakes the way your fights with Big Daddies did. The result just feels hollow and clumsy in comparison.
Suspense, Campster. The word you're looking for here is suspense. That's what every Big Daddy clash came with. The Handyman may not have suspense, but they offer plenty of tension. They absorb a lot of damage, they deal a lot of damage, and they are constantly at your heels until the moment they die. Every clash with them is tense. They just lack the suspense building up to them. For reference, the iconic T-Rex scene from Jurassic Park is largely suspenseful because you have the massive beast looming over everyone. But when it attacks, that's when the tension flares up. The lack of slow build-up before the car chase didn't deter this. But let's look at Gamefront's Bioshock Infinite playthrough as an example. How does Mitchell feel when the Handyman shows up?
Any more? There's another one up there.
I have
Get
some.
over here!
Need this?
Much obliged.
Alright, let's see if we can get on top of that. Whoa, there's a bunch of guys over here.
Get away from me! Yeah. From the way!
Whoa! Oh, it's a big guy! Big guy! Big guy! Big guy! Big guy!
Run!
Get me out of here! Is that Handyman? Yep. Oh god! It hurts! Hurts pretty bad. Why are you doing this to me? I did nothing! Gotta get to the vending machine.
I don't know. That sounds pretty tense to me. As for the narrative, the Handymen are given appropriate positions in the story. The first Handyman was summoned to get Elizabeth. The encounter with him is supposed to be a pivotal part in rekindling Booker's relationship with her, as she recognizes the greater danger versus Booker's ability. Admittedly, this one could have been bolstered a bit, but to say it adds nothing is incorrect. The second Handyman appears during the showdown with Fitzroy. Since Fitzroy is the leader of one of the two key factions of the Civil War, making her a secondary antagonist, this counts as a major turning point in the story, where the conflict goes from bad to worse. So the emergence of a Handyman, a high-level enemy, is perfectly apt. The third Handyman appears late into Emporia. Admittedly, there isn't much development for the main plot here. However, this fight is a major set piece in the middle of the Emporia portions, whose narrative is primarily driven by gameplay, so it is tonally appropriate for where it is. And the final Handyman serves as the penultimate fight of the entire game. It is Comstock's last line of defense, comparable to the Strider that Gordon Freeman has to get past before reaching Breen in Half-Life 2. Moreover, it mirrors both the twin Big Sister boss battle in Bioshock 2 and the son Big Daddy encounter before the final boss in Bioshock 1, so it serves as another beat in the game's narrative of constants and variables. That's enough for the narrative portion of the Handyman. I'll discuss the gameplay aspect later, because that War of Attrition comment is extremely poor.
They're just a particularly frustrating generic bad guy that prevents you from getting to another quiet conversation with Elizabeth or a small moment with a Colombian citizen.
Before I move on, I want to dwell on Campster's complaint about how these fights get in the way of a quiet moment with Elizabeth and other scenes, as it speaks to a greater implication. Campster isn't upset that the fights are out of place. Rather, he thinks they're out of place because they keep him from what he wants. He doesn't like the fights, but he likes the quiet moments. Ergo, they do not fit together. This is grossly untrue. Just because you dislike one element and love another does not mean that they are at odds. On top of that, the fact that these quiet moments come at the heels of big fights is part of what makes those moments so good. They're Booker and Elizabeth's chance to breathe after the turmoil, and they're our reward for having completed the fight. I know that there is a lot of debate around the concept of story as reward, but I firmly believe that this concept is part of what makes video game stories so strong, particularly those that are adventures. In an adventure, the hero is embarking on a great journey. He has to overcome many obstacles before getting to his goal, or something that will allow him to reach it. By locking in the story behind a challenging level or fight, the game is inviting us to feel that same sense of accomplishment. A strong example of this is the underrated classic, Maximo vs. Army of Zin. In the game's events, an army of soul-stealing robots is set loose upon the land. In order to save everyone, Maximo must embark on a long odyssey from location to location to discover the origins of the Zin, as well as the key to destroying them. Both he and the player must force their way through various fights and environmental challenges, as well as save many an NPC, some of whom are suggested to be following us. The game is admittedly cheesy, not taking itself too seriously, but it presents stakes every step of the way. A little over halfway through the game, we reach the Great Vault, which is said to have been the Zin's prison. Maximo insists upon entering the vault so as to learn how they escaped. After a brief clash with the Baron guarding the vault, we are treated to this.
Well, Maximo, it seems you have finally repaid me.
Baron, we could fight all night, but that won't keep those people out there from getting slaughtered. This isn't about our past, it's about their future.
This terror has to end, my love. You are their only hope.
If it must be done, then we open the vault. For 500 years, the world has feared what lies within this vault.
The time for fear is over.
Bane! Get your hands off of her!
Come, my sin. Take your revenge. Tear them to pieces and take their souls. Show no mercy.
There's an interesting bit of emotional trickery at work here, with the increase in the graphics. To a young player, this was the game's way of communicating that this scene was important. You just reached a pivotal moment in the events of this conflict. This isn't just a key scene for Maximo, it's a key scene for you as well. Yes, it's not trying to be important, which Campster will surely use as a point against me, but that's irrelevant. My point here is less about politics and theme, and more about how locking the story behind action can bolster it. In this regard, these games are 100% comparable. This feeling is a big part of what makes the ending of Bioshock Infinite so good. It's not just the visuals and the plot twists, it's that I had to earn this moment. Campster is underselling the emotional weight of the structure, and it's not for the better. Like extra credits, I strongly suspect that he just wanted to watch Bioshock Infinite, the movie, free of challenge.
And that's to say nothing of the infinite spawning Ghost Mom boss, or the Protect the Generator level, or the giant scripted airship takedown, or the transparently scripted chase sequence leading up to Comstock's ship.
I'm going to avoid serious commentary on the Siren and the final battle. I want to save them both for another video with another critic. However, I want to comment on his point about the scripted Zeppelin fight. Campster is making an obvious reference to the 15-minute demo, in which the player is given the choice between shooting down the Zeppelin, calling in a turret to destroy it on his or her behalf, or riding the skyline straight up to it. In the finished product, there is a Zeppelin encounter in Finkton. This encounter has only one option: ride up to it and destroy it. Seems like they failed their promise, no? Well, no. During the final battle, 3 more Zeppelins come in to fight Booker, and you can't end the battle until all 3 have been destroyed. The primary means of attacking them given to the player is the Songbird, but what most players don't know is that you can ride the skylines up to them. In other words, they were able to redeem the promise from the demo, albeit on a smaller scale. And I will go so far as to say that it's more convenient. This tactic will allow you to save the Songbird for other enemies, and you can even use this method with the Songbird to take out the twin Zeppelin simultaneously, making you feel like an action hero teaming up with his nemesis. Unfortunately, you can't shoot them down, as was shown in the demo. At best, you can shoot off the turret of one of the Zeppelins, effectively crippling it, but ordinary soldiers will continue to spawn in groups of 4 until either you or the Songbird bring it down. So, the choice teased from the 15-minute demo was fulfilled, just to a less extreme degree. In fact, I will argue that they probably made that Zeppelin encounter in the middle scripted as a form of tutorial to teach the players that they can do this ahead of time.
In a very palpable way, Bioshock Infinite is far more contrived, gamey, and artificial than Bioshock ever was.
Fair enough. That moment is an issue. However, your main context again. What's going on here is that the player triggered something that caused these impoverished citizens to believe that Booker is intending harm. This is one of those hand-on-your-gun moments that Ken Levine boasted that they wanted to do. Does it work? No. There are problems with how these moments are implemented. However, these scenes are few and far between, with the bulk of them being condensed around the Finkton arc, which I have conceded has many problems. This isn't a strong reflection of the game.
And that goes for the environmental design too. The entire game feels less like a trip to a city in the clouds and more like a trip to Walt Disney World. No small part of this is due to all of the turn-of-the-century Americana, but the sense of artificiality goes quite deeper than that. The entire game is suffocatingly linear, and you'll find yourself wondering why a city of free-floating islands has only one path in and out of any given area, and whether men, women, and children all use skyhooks to get around.
Linearity is not a flaw in and of itself. Some of the greatest games ever made were linear. Portal, Limbo, Crash Bandicoot. Portal is a puzzle game, and while Aperture Science is an iconic and memorable setting, the fact that we can't explore it isn't a failing. If anything, giving us a chance to explore it is annoying, as it gets in the way of the physics-based puzzles. Limbo is a 2D platformer with trial and error puzzle sequences, topped off with some black humor. While it is gorgeous, we're not here to explore, we're here to figure out how to get past all these brain teasers. And Crash Bandicoot is an obstacle course game. It's about figuring out how to survive as you descend a corridor. While it is true that Columbia is open, Infinite, as stated many times before, is prioritizing action. A linear level design helps it to pace itself by giving players an emphasis on combat, topped off with breaks in between each arena to find supplies or else listen to those slow moments. I'll explore this a little more in the gameplay portion. And that's all without getting into the fact that the linearity serves to emphasize the conflict of destiny. Booker and Elizabeth are actively fighting against Comstock's prophecy, which is locked to happen in every reality. Making it so that you can't explore, that you're going down a corridor, stresses that.
DeWitt, you struggle against prophecy like a stone loosed from a sling. How thrilling to launch, how breathtaking the apex, and how terrifying the descent as gravity drags you down into the inevitable.
For all his complaints about dissonance, Campster's implicit desire for a non-linear game would have created just that. Also, the Columbians get around on gondolas, various skyboats, and parts of Columbia connecting and disconnecting. We see examples of all three multiple times throughout the game, as well as countless docking ports with docking schedules. You even show an example in your own video.
I'm going to say this up front. There's a lot to love in Bioshock Infinite. The game is one of the most jaw-droppingly gorgeous games in recent memory, thanks mostly to some deft art direction. It evokes a turn-of-the-century charm with an almost Norman Rockwell sense of idealism. And the visuals are steeped in a three-pronged soundtrack that has original scores, licensed period music, and old-timey covers of pop songs from the last 50 years. It's hard not to be moved at some point during the game, either by jaw-droppingly gorgeous vistas or cleverly rearranged covers of a song.
And I know you know this, Campster, because one of your friends pointed this out to you in the Diecast special.
There's a little personal thing that always bothers me in video games like this, and Bioshock Infinite had it more than regular Bioshock, is that this doesn't feel like a city where a whole lot of people could live, because it's really small. It is just really a set of corridors, if you get down to it. And they're really beautiful corridors, but there's not a whole lot of houses and not a whole lot of living space, and there's only a few shops. And if I start thinking about it, this Columbia could house like 100 people, maybe 200. And that's obviously not what they're going for.
That's the problem too, which is that, like, it's clear there's always like buildings off in the background, but what you can explore is a tiny area, and all the gates are usually down, and it's aside from a couple of levels, it's really super linear.
Right. I think it could have benefited more from. There's some signs that you can see early on that are docking times for different areas of Columbia, and it's implied that like the city restructures itself among set times to allow people access to parks and the like. And that would have been neat if you could just have been on like a moving section of the city that was actually obviously moving.
Or if you just see a skyscraper slowly descend into this open gap or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
They do a bit of that at the beginning. You do see a couple of connections.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything with the gameplay, but it is a neat idea.
I think that compared to Rapture, the setting, the metaphor of the setting really doesn't help it. Rapture probably wasn't much more open than Bioshock Infinite, but Rapture feels more open because it felt intentionally claustrophobic because it was basically a giant submarine at the bottom of the sea.
Most importantly, don't joke the civilians are using the skylines. It never happens once at any point in the game, and there are still people claiming that it does, despite the lack of evidence.
There are plenty of doors to nowhere and environmental design meant to funnel you down the intended path. Giant signs label Shantytown and the factory and the Hall of Heroes to announce that you're entering a differently themed area, the way signs might point out how you're entering Frontierland or Tomorrowland at Disney.
It's important for game developers to inform the players as to what they have to work with, and that includes level design. In general, artistic mediums need to use exaggeration to help the audience understand what's going on. Too much subtlety and too much realism can hurt art. This is the primary reason that Elizabeth has this cartoonish, doll-like face, so that we can see her expressions from a distance without the game having to hijack control from us.
I would say, speaking of comments and stuff, some of the reactions to Judas When It Dropped, it was like, oh, this is Bioshock in space. So what we were looking to get from you is why why is it like being perceived, or why do you think it could be like Bioshock in space, but also why it isn't, more importantly?
Well, to some degree, why it isn't is, I think, more you guys can tell me that from your experience with it. But I think that obviously I've got a particular, like Wes Anderson or like Scorsese, I've got a particular eye, right? And I've got a particular taste. So a lot of my games have a lot of similarities. Like one of the reasons I think Bioshock holds up so well visually, from what what people tell me, is because it's not hyper realistic looking. So I tend to lean into exaggeration. One of the reasons for that is emotions project really well, because we don't tend to do I'm not, Neil Druckmann does something a very certain way, which has a lot of cutscenes, and he's able to use that, and he's able to transfer that skill set to, making the TV show. But I don't tend to do lots of cutscenes and things like that. So not a lot of close-ups on your characters' faces. So the characters have to project at a great distance. To me, the world is a lot of storytelling. So we don't control the camera in the world. We're not doing pre-play stuff. So the world there's a lot of subtle work we do to make sure people see what we want them to see, even though we're not taking control of their head and pointing them in the right direction. So I tend to lean into exaggeration. I tend to, I'm very sensitive to color. I tend to, I grew up, we were just talking about Spider-Man before. One of the great things about that early era, am I allowed to get nerdy about superhero stuff?
Absolutely. This is it.
With, like the Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko era is because the printing technology was so rudimentary. They had about 15 colors, and the colors would just like draw a number of, this is the color. They tend to deal in these very iconic looking characters with big, bold blocks of color. So you look at Elizabeth in Bioshock Infinite, she's usually a two color, she's, blue and white or gold, so she has very simple color combinations because it reads. So there's a lot of things about what I like. I tend to lean into exaggeration the same way Wes Anderson leans into, formalism and symmetry and things like that, because it helps him. It's a lens he views the world, and it's a lens he views storytelling.
Also, several of the examples you use don't even agree with your thesis. The Hall of Heroes is a museum stationed next to a literal carnival, complete with merchandise. It's part of an amusement park in-universe. The Good Time Club is, well, a club. Of course it would have a big sign, like any business would. You played this game twice. You should know this. Why would you use these examples? But I'll give you this, Campster. The doors to nowhere are jarring. You know what they say about broken clocks. However, the two you found are the only ones of their kind. Any other doors that lead to nowhere are locked off.
You'll see crowded beaches and city streets one moment, and as soon as combat begins, they're curiously empty, as though Columbia also has the ability to transform itself into a gladiatorial arena at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but if a shootout suddenly started, I would get running from it as quickly as possible. And when there's military police available, chances are they'll be pushing people back.
The experience is one of playing a first-person shooter themed after the Magic Kingdom's Main Street USA. It's a gorgeous, lovingly crafted homage to turn-of-the-century small-town America, but it's also very obviously a scaled-down facade, and instead of emptying out for a parade, it empties out so you can throw fire grenades at people. Columbia may be beautiful, but it also feels hollow and artificial. But while the emotional tone of the game may be lacking and the setting of Columbia may be flawed, it's the gameplay that ultimately tipped the scales against Bioshock Infinite for me. At this point, just about the entire soul of the game's legacy has been stripped away. You can play System Shock 2, Bioshock, and Bioshock 2, and chart how their Ultima Underworld influence is lessened as they've become more and more a stock shooter with every iteration. With Bioshock Infinite, that transformation is more or less complete. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Human Revolution simplified or removed a lot of Deus Ex's mechanics, but it still felt true to the series, yet modern. But the mechanics they've settled on haven't transformed the game into a streamlined version of itself. Arguably, that's what the first Bioshock did when it modernized System Shock 2. Instead, they've taken a game franchise that has been traditionally about resource management and planning with an action twist, and boiled it completely down to a stock shooter.
Oh, we'll see, Campster. We'll see. I know you're going to say that the combat doesn't work, and I know exactly what arguments you're going to use, but we're out of time. I'm going to defend Infinite's combat next time. Thank you for sitting through this, dear viewers. This was an exhausting video to make, but I hope I've opened a few more minds with this one. See you all in part 2.
Rapture felt like a place where atom addicts were stalking you for their next fix. Bioshock Infinite feels like a game that puts enemies in your way because it's a video game, and that's what video games do. The Handyman fights are a great example of this. They're Bioshock Infinite's equivalent of Big Daddies. It's even implied that they're based on Fink overhearing Shu Chong and Tenenbaum's research. In Bioshock, Big Daddies would roam the halls and warn you away if you got too close, but you had to actively transgress to start combat. These fights were, at least until the end of the game, major events that had you gather resources and plan for them. But when you were ready, you could attempt to slay one of these huge beasts, and when you killed him, he'd let out a tortured moan as his little sister would sob over the body. What happened to her then was up to you. Big Daddy fights had a sense of anticipation and player preparation leading up to them that climaxed in this combination of victory tinged with a bit of sadness. In Bioshock Infinite, Handyman attacks are just scripted events that come whenever the designers think they'd look the coolest. A big guy in a metal suit shows up and wails on you like he's a stock mini-boss out of Double Dragon. There's no tension, just a war of attrition as you try to whittle his health down before moving on, indifferent to the whole affair. Just a war of attrition. Just a war of attrition.
Who's to say you won't beat me to the punch?
just a war of attrition.
Last time, Campster did an abysmal job of explaining how the narrative and the characterization were at odds with the mechanics. Now, let's see how he fares discussing how the mechanics actually function. Spoiler alert, he's just as poor.
But while the emotional tone of the game may be lacking and the setting of Columbia may be flawed, it's the gameplay that ultimately tipped the scales against Bioshock Infinite for me. At this point, just about the entire soul of the game's legacy has been stripped away. You can play System Shock 2, Bioshock, and Bioshock 2, and chart how their Ultima Underworld influence is lessened as they've become more and more a stock shooter with every iteration. With Bioshock Infinite, that transformation is more or less complete. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Human Revolution simplified or removed a lot of Deus Ex's mechanics, but it still felt true to the series, yet modern.
The same is true for Infinite, you just sucked at it.
But the mechanics they've settled on haven't transformed the game into a streamlined version of itself. Arguably, that's what the first Bioshock did when it modernized System Shock 2. Instead, they've taken a game franchise that has been traditionally about resource management and planning with an action twist, and boiled it completely down to a stock shooter.
And here, Campster, like so many others, dismisses Infinite as a generic shooter. Worse, a terrible generic shooter. However, he gives no proper references to prove this. At best, he provides multiple shooters as examples to discuss the health system, but nothing beyond that. He references Dishonored a couple times, but that's a stealth game. Speaking as someone who just played the most recent Call of Duty at the time of Infinite's release, I have to ask, how is this game more appealing?
What little inventory management Bioshock had left is gone. Crafting is gone. Hacking is gone. Security systems are functionally gone and replaced with boring turrets and guns that attack on sight.
I'm going to skip over the inventory for now. Campster has a theory as to why they removed it, and I'll address how this decision influenced Infinite's design when we get there. As for the others, crafting was already removed in Bioshock 2, and all it was in Bioshock 1 was a different form of currency. Don't get me wrong, it was definitely addictive, but it has no place here. Likewise, hacking was simplified in Bioshock 2. I remember the pipe dream minigame, and I had a lot of fun with it. And I remember when they changed it to this. And most importantly, I remember how everyone cheered it on as an improvement. So when Irrational removes it altogether, audiences shouldn't complain. They brought this on themselves. And the turrets function the same as turrets and security bots in the original game. There's a brief pause before they attack you, made longer if you have the right gear equipped. The only difference is that there isn't a timed alarm horn.
Bioshock had 3 independent systems you could play against each other, like having a turret hit a Big Daddy to make him fight it, or throwing Enrage at a Big Daddy to kill splicers. None of that is here. The photography research minigame is completely absent.
First off, everything you just described is a variation of possession. Second, you still have the ability to play the Vox Populi and the Founders off of each other. Admittedly, that doesn't happen terribly often, but there are instances in the game in which you can trigger an unexpected fight between them and use it to your advantage. Third, while you can't interact with the world in the same way as with Rapture, there are still many elements to utilize at all times, from the skylines, to the tears, to the gear. All of them can be used in creative and atypical ways, such as combining the Burning Halo gear, which makes Skyhook attacks cast fire, with an oil leak tear and a well-aimed skyline strike, allowing you to create a bonfire to consume nearby foes, all without having to spend any MP. Lastly, the photography is just another upgrade system. The more photos you take of enemies, the more damage you deal, and that was in addition to the plasmid and tonic system, as well as the gun upgrades. This presented a serious problem that you yourself acknowledged when discussing the Big Daddies earlier. The game gets progressively easier, and this is due to the upgrade system. They did what they could to counter this with the incorporation of elite versions of ordinary enemy types, but even they fell thanks to the research system. Elite Big Daddies included. The removal of this allows for infinite enemy types to maintain a level of strength late into the game. Don't get me wrong, you still find enemies going down more easily late game, so long as you're using the mechanics at least, but the problem was significantly toned down.
Combat, research, and hacking tonics have been replaced with a nonsensical clothing system where, depending on what kind of hat or vest you wear, your skyhook can set people on fire or give you health from kills.
Before I dig into the gear in general, I want to respond to those specific comments. The Burning Halo gear does offer you firepower in exchange for using melee, but there's more to it than that. To start with, it serves to counterbalance your limited resources, giving you a means by which you can cast Devil's Kiss without spending MP. Second, all melee-focused gear can be used in creative ways, namely the Skyline Strike and Charge, so this serves as a boost to those as well. I already provided one example for how this can be used. As for the health boost, well, what else is there? The health boost is to serve as an alternative to the medkit system of previous games. In the past, you could apply a medkit whenever you wanted, but you had a limited amount. Here, you can boost your health as much as you want, so long as you meet the activation conditions. What better activation condition is there? I mean, they could have created gear that gave you extra health whenever you jumped to the skylines, but that would have been broken. Now, this leads to the core function of the gear, to motivate the players to try new things. The main focus of Infinite's combat is to encourage the players to keep changing tactics. The gear adds to this in two ways. First off, most of the gear offer perks that can only be activated under certain circumstances. For instance, Skyline Reloader. In Bioshock 2, they made the reload function so quick that there was no reason for it to exist. You might as well have made it one large clip like in Doom. Here, weapons take time to reload again, which can put you in a tight corner depending on how slow it is. With Skyline Reloader, you can bypass that by simply jumping to and from a skyline. Thus, a player who didn't utilize the skyline very much will become inclined to do so based on the offers of this gear. Another example is Vampire's Embrace, which we alluded to above. This gear grants you health boosts for all kills with the skyhook. As with Burning Halo, Vampire's Embrace doesn't just give you health for killing with melee, it gives you health for any kill involving the skyhook, including Skyline Strikes. I didn't use the Skyline Strike move too much on my first playthrough. I just kept forgetting about it, despite how useful it is. It's a guaranteed one-hit kill for most enemies, but I just kept dismissing it. When I learned that Vampire's Embrace could be amplified by this move, I started using Skyline Strikes more and more often just for the health bonus. Now I can't imagine not using Skyline Strikes, even when I don't have Vampire's Embrace. The other instance in which gear motivates new tactics is through randomization. With the exception of 5 gear, all of the gear in the game is random, and you have no way of knowing which gear will appear. You can even experience playthroughs where your favorite gear doesn't show up. In this scenario, you have to be flexible and willing to change tactics if you want to survive. Lastly, the gear are products of Think Manufacturing. They have the logo printed on them. While we don't get any audio diaries explaining them, it's a reasonable inference that they, like everything else Think created, were based off of machines stolen from another dimension.
You no longer have multiple ammunition types for each weapon.
Ammo types have no function in Infinite's design. Let's unpack how ammo types worked in the previous games, namely Bioshock. In Bioshock, most of the ammo types were some variation of more damage or element. The pistol had bullets that did more damage to splicers and bullets that did more damage to robots. The machine gun had the same thing. The shotgun had fire rounds and electricity rounds, which were basically plasmids. The grenade launcher had mines and rockets. The chemical thrower had fire, electricity, and ice, like the plasmids. The crossbow had more damage and trap bolts. Of those, the only unique ones were the trap bolts, the rockets, and the mines. Everything else was either an alternative version of plasmid or a bullet that kills a specific type of enemy type more easily. That was okay because the original Bioshock was heavily about resource management. You can use an armor-piercing bullet against that security bot over there, but you won't have it when dealing with the Big Daddy later on. Those were the things you had to think about. However, Infinite isn't a resource management game. It has no inventory. It's about improvising, thinking on your feet, figuring out what to do with what's in front of you. A bullet whose only value is that it does more damage to one type of enemy offers no strategic value in this scenario. In short, the ammo types had no reason to be here.
Weapon upgrades are still here, but they've made the entire system broken and pointless by doubling the weapon count and then letting you only pick up at most 2 weapons at a time. This means you might spend $1,000 upgrading a pistol that you might drop when you realize 2 other weapons are situationally more advantageous right now, but the only way you can get that upgraded pistol back is to find another one laying about in the world levels later.
To start with, I will concede this to Campster. The inclusion of an upgrade system with a 2-weapon limit was a poor decision. The purpose of a 2-weapon limit is to put players into a corner and motivate them to take risks. Latching an upgrade system onto it had the opposite effect. My best guess as to why they did that was to bolster the respawn mechanic. The more you respawn, the less upgrades you get. It's a nice system in theory, but poor in execution. It's quite ironic that, for all its claims of wanting to be different, Infinite's Achilles heel would be a mechanic that the creator simply refused to let go of. This was not my experience, though. On my first playthrough, I understood exactly what this mechanic was for, and made a point to upgrade my guns evenly, so that I could swap them out often. And that has been my approach to every playthrough since then. That being said, I do recognize that this hampered the experience for many a player. However, this flaw aside, the game was never designed with the intent that you keep using the same 2 guns throughout. If it were, the Lutensis would have handed you a full stack of guns in the restaurant at the start, telling you that you need to choose wisely. It's what Irrational did with System Shock 2's class system. Infinite, by contrast, is always throwing new weapons at you, between the tears, the enemies, or new guns laying on platforms, begging you to pick them up. Let's take another look at the diecast special.
Although particularly towards the end of the game, there's plenty of corpses of the other side of whoever now controls the area that you're in, so you can usually find ammo for a bunch of different weapons. Problem I found was that there were just so many damn weapon variants that I could never find the ammo for the gun that I was actually using.
Well, but that feeds into why are you limited to 2 guns? Like, why did they change this? I understand because they wanted a Vox weapon and a regular police people weapon to be common for everyone so that you couldn't really have 24 or 16 or whatever the total weapon count would be in a radial interface. But the solution shouldn't be, okay, then we're going to go do the Halo system of 2 weapons max. That is a completely broken, antithetical, bad way to do this.
Hey, geniuses. That's the game's way of telling you to pick up a new weapon. Yes, I know that the upgrade system hampers it. I've seen countless streamers cling to the same 2 guns because of it. But you all are claiming to be game design analysts, and you are discussing the game after having played it, not during your playthrough. I'm expecting more out of you than from the average VTuber.
Exploration is all but dead. Bioshock had plenty of nooks and crannies and back alleys to rifle through. Infinite occasionally gives you a closet.
How would you know? No, seriously, how would you know whether Infinite has compelling secrets in its level or not? You yourself admit that you didn't search the levels, and much of your late-game footage shows very few upgrades to the MP and shield bars, which tells me that you didn't search at all, otherwise you would have found gear and infusions.
Exploration is all but dead. Bioshock had plenty of nooks and crannies and back alleys to rifle through. Infinite occasionally gives you a closet.
To start with, there are many locked rooms and secrets that you can miss on your first playthrough. Your own footage proves it, as you show 2 playthroughs with 2 radically different stats. One of these playthroughs, you searched and got upgrades. The other, you missed stuff. Second, the linearity allows the game to keep its focus. As discussed before, Infinite is not a resource management game. You yourself recognize that intent. Nooks and crannies, as you describe, at the scale that you would prefer, are completely pointless here, the same way they would be pointless in Portal. Since Infinite is more action-oriented, it needs to place its focus more on the combat, giving the players a variety of tools they can use, with a moment of pause to recollect themselves. Linear design allows for both, so the players won't get lost or confused or even frustrated. As an example, let's look at Sly 2, Band of Thieves. It's a stealth platformer game. While there are some neat secrets to find throughout the levels, platforming challenges based around the stealth mechanics are the primary focus. If the player has trouble getting to the next mission, which is the meat of the game, they'll get frustrated. The most infamous example is the 3rd level, The Predator Awakens.
Where am I going? I know I've just wasted all that, but... Not cocaine, Marshall. Spice. He's had too much spice, alright? How the f*** do you get over to that vine? I don't get it.
This level was pure torture. There was no fun in exploring this. At best, searching for clue balls and treasure had its joy, but players just wanted to get to the missions. While Sly 3 wasn't perfect, it made the correct decision in simplifying the overworld, as well as giving Bentley and Murray special mechanics to make traversal easier for them. In short, depending on the game, linear level design has its advantages. And that's not just me saying this. Someone else agrees with me. Campster!
The gameplay is largely incidental and amounts to random shit they make the player do to get to the next content chunk. This is what legendary game designer Chris Crawford once called a book with its pages stuck together. You know, the non-game content is what you came for, and this stupid, time-wasty bullshit is what's preventing you from getting to the next content chunk. Shit. Now, don't get me wrong. To paraphrase a friend, it's one of the most beautiful tunnels I've ever walked down. There's love and effort seeping out of every street corner and every scripted sequence. Every gameplay segment is polished to a shine, and all of them play well, being kinesthetically pleasing, varied, and well-paced. There's no doubt that this game is entertaining and at the top of its class in terms of polish and care. But the very philosophy of the game is one that disregards its own mechanics. I mean, let's look at how much force variety there is in the game. Small arms combat with large numbers of weak enemies, physics puzzles, platforming in precarious situations, driving a boat, heavy weapons combat against large powerful enemies, driving a car with a gun, engaging in epic set pieces, driving a boat with a gun, dicking around with the gravity gun until the end of the game, bouncing around like an idiot until the end of the game. Set-piece boss battles at the end of the game. This is especially apparent in Half-Life 2, where each chapter or two has a totally different gameplay gimmick than the last. It's as if they said, we want this game to be 12 hours long. How can we fill a game with that much content and yet keep it fresh? I know, let's completely change what the player's doing every 2 hours. Half-Life's gameplay is simply what happens between content chunks. Kill these guys and we'll let you get a sneak peek at the G-Man.
I think you've earned it.
Kill these guys and now we'll let you talk to Alex some more. We know you want to. We engineered her that way. Now drive this boat over here and we can show you this great scripted event with this neat water tower crashing down around you. It's exciting, it's exhilarating, and it's empty as all get out. I didn't cause any of these awesome events. I don't really get a choice in how the world is saved. Neither the player nor Gordon Freeman have any idea what's going on, nor do they get to make any decisions about how things turn out. In a way, Half-Life is more of a roller coaster or a theme park ride than a game proper. There's a specific feeling it's trying to elicit by engineering a linear, scripted experience. It doesn't matter if you're shooting guys, riding in a car, or observing a grandiose set piece. It's just the means by which the ride is delivering its content. It's been 13 years since the original Half-Life. Jesus Christ, I feel old. But we haven't even gotten any narrative closure about, well, anything yet. In light of that fact, let me posit that the G-Man is simply a metaphor for Valve themselves, putting the player exactly where they need to be, building them up, and ensuring they experience exactly what is needed before stopping the ride and putting them away until next time. If Gordon Freeman is a fantasy insertion character for the player, I think it's fair to say G-Man performs the same function for developers. They know you don't have any real sense of choice and that you'll eagerly tackle whatever random assignments they may have for you. I don't think it's an accident that Half-Life and Half-Life 2 both begin and end on trains. This isn't exactly a subtle metaphor for the series. They're rides on tracks with plenty of things to look at outside of the tram windows, but no matter how much you may bounce around the cabin, the tram's going to go where it's going to go, and you're going to experience what they have planned for you.
Rather than offer you the illusion of free choice, I will take the liberty of choosing for you.
Valve seem to be acutely aware of the sort of game they made with Half-Life. I just hope the audience that praises it so much is aware as well.
Now, that sounds strangely similar to how you described Infinite earlier in this video.
And that goes for the environmental design too. The entire game feels less like a trip to a city in the clouds and more like a trip to Walt Disney World. No small part of this is due to all of the turn-of-the-century Americana, but the sense of artificiality goes quite deeper than that. The entire game is suffocatingly linear, and you'll find yourself wondering why a city of free-floating islands has only one path in and out of any given area, and whether men, women, and children all use skyhooks to get around. There are plenty of doors to nowhere and environmental design meant to funnel you down the intended path. Giant signs label Shantytown and the Factory and the Hall of Heroes to announce that you're entering a differently themed area, the way signs might point out how you're entering Frontierland or Tomorrowland at Disney. You'll see crowded beaches and city streets one moment, and as soon as combat begins, they're curiously empty, as though Columbia also has the ability to transform itself into a gladiatorial arena at a moment's notice. The experience is one of playing a first-person shooter themed after the Magic Kingdom's Main Street USA. It's a gorgeous, lovingly crafted homage to turn-of-the-century small-town America, but it's also very obviously a scaled-down facade, and instead of emptying out for a parade, it empties out so you can throw fire grenades at people.
Of course, you may be wondering how this proves my thesis. Well, Campster apparently experienced a backlash over these comments, as he backpedaled faster than Ken Levine did in Burial at Sea.
Anyway, so a lot of the complaints I get with this video is that, I complain that Half-Life is linear, and that's really a problem with the script. That's really a problem with the way I frame my argument. It's not that Half-Life is linear that makes it bad. I mean, it doesn't help the game that it's so thoroughly on rails, because it basically does devolve the gameplay down to sort of this cutscene delivery service. But what I really meant by that, and I wrote about a blog post about this, you can see it on my blog, but what I really meant is that the linearity and the constantly switching up of game mechanics, if I'm being super harsh on the game, it sort of feels like the linearity and the random switching of mechanics, if I'm being harsh on the game, feels like it is funneling you down a series of arbitrary things to keep you interested every 2 hours. That's when I'm being... Oh god, this joke is horrible. It goes on for far too long. If I'm being more generous to the game, and my opinion on the game now basically is, it feels like the developers were trying to experiment with the first-person shooter genre in the abstract, and were sort of toying with the core mechanics that they had at their disposal. What could you do from a first-person perspective with walking around and shooting things, and occasionally interacting with a vehicle or a scripted event? And that's really where I think the game lies. I think it's somewhere in between the two. It's somewhere in between trying to keep you interested and trying to deliver content, and also the developers just saying, what can we do? And it's one of the reasons I still think that we haven't seen a Half-Life 3 is not so much that this scene probably would have made it if I did this thing again. I think this is somewhat relevant, although I would have used my own footage. This is back when I was taking footage from other people. This is terrible. But yeah, I think that I think that if you really do have all these different mechanics, you lack an identity. Like, Half-Life has no singular mechanical identity. At best, it maybe has the gravity gun, and even that at this point, in an era of havoc physics being applied pretty much uniformly, you don't really have even that to go on. I think most games have the ability to pick up and manipulate physics objects these days. Maybe not to the degree that the gravity gun did. You can't pick up giant boulders, but or shoot cars to move them slightly. But aside from that, the game really does have, it has vehicle segments, it has shooting segments. Like, if I said Serious Sam, if I said I'm going to make a game like Serious Sam, you know what that means. I'm making a game like Serious Sam. I'm making a game that is basically a modern Doom where you run around and shoot hordes of enemies. If I said I'm making, I don't know, a sequel to Super Meat Boy, or if I'm making a Deus Ex System Shock game. These are games that have sort of a systemic identity. Half-Life really lacks that. It bounces back and forth between all these different systems, and as a result, really doesn't have one to call its own. And I think that's really the sort of the root of what I was complaining about with a lot of the linearity complaints, are that it's not so much that you move from plot point A to plot point B, it's that you move from plot point A to plot point B, and along the way you do random gameplay that isn't really identifiable to the Half-Life brand or to the Half-Life franchise, or to really distinguish itself in any capacity. It's stuff you've done elsewhere, and arguably stuff you've done elsewhere better. Vehicle combat or shooting. Not to say that any of it is weak, it's all really strongly implemented. And here's the list, I guess, of you do this. And yes, that was a horrible Plinkett impersonation. Again, references and being goofy and dumb, and I generally try to avoid that crap these days. But I mean, do you see what I mean? Where you have all these different mechanics that don't add up to any one thing. There's machine gun fire against God, smug jackass. I fully empathize with everyone who writes horrible things about me watching this.
Aw, thank you.
I don't know. I like Half-Life. I do. Like I say in the video, and I'm surprised by how many people think I walked away from Half-Life going, this is the stupidest game ever. I hate Half-Life. I really like Half-Life. I do. I mean, again, not only is it actually important, but it's a really memorable, great game. But it's a great game that's sort of a piecemeal game. It's a great game that is, 5 really good games rolled up in an interesting universe that makes it a great, memorable experience. I'm speaking primarily from a systems perspective when I say that it really doesn't function cohesively as a whole, and that it's really designed to deliver scenes like this the whole Resonance Cascade scene, or this ending scene. It's really, the game's about delivering those chunks of scripted content, and it's not really about any one mechanic. It's not about any one game system. And I think that's to the detriment of the game overall. That it's just sort of this amorphous. We're just having fun with first-person shooters, and the result is a story that has no conclusion and an adventure that has no real aim. I don't know. But yeah, I like it. I mean, it's as far as sort of vague, structurally unspecific stories without end and mechanics without cohesion, everything about it works. I mean, I'm still emotionally invested, even though there's no ending and no structure to it, and I still enjoy the mechanics, even though we switch off what those mechanics are every 5 to 10 minutes. Well, not every 5 to 10 minutes, every hour or two in the game. So, I mean, it works as a whole. I mean, the game does function well, and I look forward to whatever they come up with Half-Life 3, or come up with to include in Half-Life 3, but anyway.
So, there you have it, folks. Campster is admitting, right here, that linear level design is actually effective. Of course, one could argue that Campster finds linear level design appropriate in its own right, but just doesn't think it fits for Bioshock. Unfortunately, he has already forfeited the right to this defense.
You can play System Shock, System Shock 2, Bioshock, and Bioshock 2, and chart how their Ultima Underworld influence is lessened as they've become more and more a stock shooter with every iteration. With Bioshock Infinite, that transformation is more or less complete. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Human Revolution simplified or removed a lot of Deus Ex's mechanics, but it still felt true to the series, yet modern.
You yourself have officially conceded the point, Campster. There's no need to dwell on this any further.
But more than the lack of spaces to explore, there's just not all that much to find. Bioshock had health kits and Eve hypos to hoard, one-use weapon upgrade stations, tonics, crafting supplies, auto-hack tools, and more. Infinite has boiled everything down to 2 core resources you can carry, money and lockpicks.
Nope. There's also ammo, spare guns, health items, and salts, which you saw on screen again, giving you a chance to revitalize yourself after every combat scenario. Half-Life 2 did the same thing in between action sequences.
Everything about it works.
Also, we have gear and infusions, both of which you acknowledge and then dismiss. Maybe you just ignored them, in which case that might explain why your experience was so bad. And you can't say these don't count, because you listed upgrade stations and tonics in your list for the original game's collectibles.
Bioshock had health kits and Eve hypos to hoard, one-use weapon upgrade stations, tonics, crafting supplies, auto-hack tools, and more.
Either you failed to proofread your script, or you are lying.
Even the number of audio logs are cut in half from Bioshock.
And why would they need more? The backstory is already dispersed through kinetoscopes and background conversations, in addition to environmental details. You're just asking for bloat at this stage.
And there just really is no incentive to poke around the already linear, simplified levels.
Except to find upgrades and restore my munitions and MP, which you really should have done, Campster, if your late game footage is anything to speak of. You're over halfway through the game, and your MP bar has 0 upgrades. By Emporia, if you had collected infusions, you should have a fully upgraded or mostly fully upgraded MP bar. Yes, I know you want to invest your infusions into the shield, I get it, but there are enough infusions in the game that you could have done both. Seriously, I have a full bar of salts by this point, even when I'm playing the original without bonus infusions. There are 24 infusions across the original game. 4 of them are in Emporia, and 1 is at the tail end of Comstock House. That means there are 19 infusions Campster could have gotten before the points presented in his footage, enough to almost completely upgrade his shield and MP, or to upgrade all 3 bars halfway. His argument that there is no incentive to explore is false. His lack of resources and strength in the second half of the game is the incentive. You want to avoid that. Now, to be fair, he does show footage of him playing the late game with more infusions, but that only makes his point worse. Once again, his own footage is proving him wrong by showcasing the consequences of not searching around. Moreover, it makes him look like a liar, both in terms of incentive and in terms of secrets and levels.
God, and this is just the stuff that's been removed. We haven't even gotten to how it actually plays yet. And, well, look, the combat in the Shock series has always been sort of bad, but that's okay, because it's always been backed by more interesting systems than how the guns feel in your hand. System Shock 1 and 2 were very much about resource management and rig building, and Bioshock tried to get you to play different factions of Rapture off of one another with traps and security hacks and plasmids. The fact that the gunplay was loose and flaccid never really mattered because that wasn't what the game was ever about at its core. But here, shooting is all that's left, yet it still feels like you're firing Nerf guns and pea shooters at unflinching bullet sponges. The core gunplay was one of the original Bioshock's biggest criticisms, and it has not been improved here despite the increased focus.
To start with, I find it strange that the first example you showed to demonstrate the sponginess of enemies is the Zealot, a heavy hitter. These are elite enemies, meant to be stronger than the average foe. This one was the first ever encounter for its type, making it effectively a boss battle. This is not a good example to point to if you want to make a general statement about the average enemy. More importantly, you yourself prove that they aren't bullet sponges right here. You shoot a man in the face with a shotgun, and he dies. I watched this clip multiple times, and he is at full health, Campster. Bear in mind, this shotgun has no upgrades. I've checked. There are no shotgun upgrades available for purchase before the Hall of Heroes. This is the weakest version of the shotgun. Now, you could argue that Campster is just playing this on easy mode, but I have no way of knowing that, because Campster doesn't share that particular info. I can only react to what I see, and what I see is Campster bemoaning that the enemies are sponges and that the gunplay is poor as he one-shots a guy with an under-upgraded shotgun. In short, one of these examples was manipulative, and the other was contradictory. Moving on, there are other tools, those being the skylines, tears, possessed enemies, vigors, and the gear. Skyline strikes are a guaranteed instant kill for most enemies. Bucking Bronco with Undertow and even Charge next to a railing are all guaranteed an instant kill. Undertow with a plasma coil is intense damage. Tears can bring in decoys to buy you time or oil slick to burn enemies alive. Pyromaniac and the Shock Jacket gear deal damage 50% of the time when struck and can be weaponized when used with other protective abilities and equipment. It's not just the shooting. If you're going through the game just shooting and ignoring everything else, that's the problem. The enemies are not bullet sponges if you use the game's mechanics against them. The closest the game has is the Rocket Soldier, and even he goes down quickly with the right combinations. The more tools the game gives you, the objectively harder it's going to be if you don't use them. Lastly, I'm going to bring up Call of Duty again. I played through Call of Duty Black Ops 2 as research for this response. During my playthrough, I did find that enemies went down quicker to my shots, though that's more than likely because I played on normal, while Infinite I play exclusively on 1999 mode. However, it did me few favors because of my inability to tell them apart from my environment. Moreover, The fact that they went down under few shots, combined with the large amount of ammo it gave me with most guns, left me without much incentive to change guns often, if ever. Compared to Bioshock Infinite, in addition to playing 1999 mode, I exclusively play the scavenger hunt run, which mandates you go through the game without buying any supplies. I rarely ever found this difficult, as I swap guns often. In fact, I used to think that the game threw too much ammo at me, with weapons like the shotgun and the sniper rifle being in need of a serious scaling down. However, when I look at these two games side by side, I find that the ammo limits in Infinite were far tighter, prompting more of a need to shift tactics. Maybe they made the gun stronger in COD, but it made the need to switch virtually non-existent.
Remember how Bioshock's plasmids had 3 types of elemental damage, various plasmids to get the enemies to play off of one another, bees and decoys for crowd control, and cyclones to let you set traps? Pretty much all Vigors boil down to some combination of crowd control, direct damage, and trap, which means each Vigor is effectively interchangeable. Each can be quite powerful, but that's the problem. Spamming Bucking Bronco as a crowd control and damage amplifier isn't all that different than spamming Murder of Crows as a crowd control and damage amplifier. This doesn't take what Bioshock did and move it forward, it takes it way, way back. About the only Vigor that has any unique utility is tossing people off of Columbia with Undertow. And if I'm being honest, it's too little too late after Dishonored's gust of wind power.
Oh no, you don't, Campster. You're overlooking Charge and Return to Sender, both of which have unique effects. Both of them are effectively damage on the surface, but there is a nuance. Charge hurls impact damage at enemies, but at the cost of bringing you closer to them. If you're a person who prefers to keep a distance, then that's not a cost you'd be willing to pay. Further, given that Charge relies on the skyhook, melee gear amplify it, so it can be used as a way of weakening enemies so that they can be killed by other things, or as a means of quickly regaining health. Return to Sender doesn't fall into any of the traditional categories. It's not stun, and it's definitely not crowd control. At best, it's a trap and it can be used as damage, but there's more to it than that. It absorbs and redirects enemy damage, and, like Charge, it can be used more creatively with the right gear. Return to Sender shots can be dropped as traps, which can be used as a makeshift cover. More importantly, since they're traps, you can combine them with Ghost Posse, a gear that takes control of enemy guns whenever they trip a trap. In short, you can combine these elements to create a makeshift mini-turret. On top of that, with the right upgrade, it can absorb enemy ammo, assuming you're using the same guns. Given the complaints that you and your friends have about the ammo limitations, this is a very handy power to have. Then we have Bucking Bronco, Crows, and Shock Jockey. These are the proper stun Vigors in the game. This is an overlap, yes. It is a flaw, yes, but it's blown severely out of proportion. To start with, Crow is a crowd stun, while the other two are individual stun, and this is shown in their MP cost. Since Crow affects more enemies, it takes a larger chunk of your MP. At best, this difference is nullified by an upgrade that gives Shock Jockey the ability to stun multiple people at once, and that is a problem, but the initial function is different. And Bucking Bronco is, sadly, another stun. However, it still has a unique usage. When you're next to a railing, combining Bucking Bronco with Undertow, Charge, or any gun of your choice allows you to knock them over the edge. It's effectively an instant kill. It comes with a serious cost, of course, in that you can't loot the enemy's corpses, so whether it's worth that price is up to you. And building off of that, skylines and freight hooks are prevalent all throughout the game, and they all change up the fight depending on what gear you have and how you intend to use them. I already discussed this a couple times earlier, but allow me to show another example through the Let's Player Gom.
Skyline buff that lets us automatically reload when we go onto the skyline. Aha! I found something that I think is going to be a little bit better. Okay, that. We're using this one. So I can just keep on jumping. Dude, I am the ultimate warrior. All right? Yo, what's up? Whoops, didn't mean to do that. I'll catch the salts in a second. Give me a moment.
The only thing Gom was missing was either Vampire's Embrace or Death from Above, depending on whether you want an increased offense or near infinite health boost. Yes, this isn't Vigor focused, but this is another possible strategy that the player has on hand. More importantly, it's a combo that's only effective when skylines and freight hooks are available, and sometimes they aren't. So as powerful and addictive as it is, Gom would have to make peace with using other combos in other fights. I'll discuss this further with Campster's next comment.
That game was only 5 months ago, and it did the magical powers and gunplay things so much better than this. You get a sense of controlling your environment, of planning your attacks, of having powers that genuinely have utility and play off of one another. Freezing time to set up multiple arrow shots in one instant, or tricking guards to run into a spring wire trap. I said in my Dishonored video that it created a ludic language to let players express themselves in, and if that's true, then Bioshock Infinite is a toddler's illegible scribblings.
The game isn't about playing in advance, it's about improvising with what you have. It's why the gear are randomized, and why heavy hitters like the Handyman tend to appear midway through every fight. In the 15-minute demo, the player is presented with a tear in which they can bring forth a piece of cargo as cover. The game even labels it as cover both times you look at it. During the big gunfight at the end, the player uses Bucking Bronco to launch enemies into the air just as they open that tear, which leads to all of them getting rammed. In other words, the player took a mechanic specifically marketed as a defensive tool and repurposed it as a makeshift weapon. This tear and subsequent combo did not make it into the game, quite sadly. But the spirit of it did. All throughout the game, there are tears and gear and vigors that can be combined in unique ways to increase offense and defense, several of which I've already shown. To showcase this further, I'm going to lift the clip from Gamefront's Bioshock Infinite's Combat Doesn't Suck video.
But before I get into that, I wanted to address Kirk Hamilton's illustration of a typical Bioshock Infinite encounter and how a similar encounter would play out for me. I see some guards up ahead. They don't see me yet. Okay, now they see me. Everyone is shooting at me. I fire off some Murder of Crows and make them stop for a second, and I kill as many as I can. I realize, though, that Murder of Crows really doesn't stop them long enough and is probably not ideal for this situation. Crap! A turret! I hear its signature ringtone, and I know that I'm... Wait, actually, this is just what I need. I locate and possess the turret because, you know, we learned about this way early on in the game. Damn, the rocket infantry took out my turret before it could do much damage. But fortunately, I have enough salt for one more possession. The machine gun I brought in through a tear got killed, but there's another option. I can call in the grappling points and use skyline strikes to finish the rest of these guys off. And that's just an example of one encounter. One of the things I love about Bioshock Infinite's combat is that every encounter is designed to be different.
I'll leave you to watch the rest of the video on your own. It's good. What I want to focus on is the tear that Mitchell weaponized. It was specifically to give the players easy reach to higher ground, as discussed here.
I feel there's more where that came from. Whenever I'd get anxious, tears have a way of appearing. Booker, do you see those tears? We can use them against Slate's men. That tear will get us access to higher ground. And that one will give us a turret.
And some cover.
But Mitchell found another use for it. Now, this isn't a particularly easy trick to pull off, as you're still vulnerable jumping to and from a skyhook, but it is doable. Let's look at a different fight in the same area.
Comstock ships. He's coming for Slate.
It was Slate who killed for his country at Wounded Knee! It was Slate who stormed the gates of Peking! Slate! Slate! Comstock's coming, Booker. But our lives won't satisfy him. Oh, no. He won't rest until he's turned us into tin. I won't let him. He took my past, but that's all he's getting from me. Just give us the vigor. We don't need to do this. Here you go, boys! A soldier's death awaits!
In this fight, Slate sends his last men at you. This is, in effect, the climax of the Hall of Heroes. You are given two tears primarily, one for medkits and one for shotguns. However, what many players don't know is that the freight hook tear from earlier is still here. You are given three primary ways to do this fight. Find higher ground to protect yourself as you rain fire on your enemies, stay to the ground and shoot them directly, or use the freight hooks for skyline strikes. Each one has a benefit and a risk. The first option allows you plenty of cover, as enemies can't jump up and get to you. However, there are few resources up here, so you have to be careful with what guns you bring and how you use them. The second option allows you greater access to resources, as the majority of salts, medkits, and munitions are down below. The challenge is that enemies are encircling you the entire time, so you are incredibly vulnerable. The third option gives you instant kills for most enemies, so you don't have to burn through ammo or MP. Unfortunately, as stated before, you're incredibly vulnerable when using these unless you have access to invulnerability gear, which I will discuss later. While all of these are just fight and kill, there is an obvious mechanical difference between each of them that makes them more functional than the other, depending on what gear you have and what you're most comfortable using. Each of these are elements of creative play that allow you to utilize the world as your weapon. Yes, you can't latch mines onto trash cans or put trapbles next to health stations, but the strategy is still there. It just lies in the mechanics that you routinely ignored.
It's not a series of systems that let you plan and execute brilliant moves by combining useful powers in interesting ways. It's simply a bedlam of spamming your favorite vigor in whatever 2 guns you happen to have.
Hold it! I know you didn't use the Vigors, and I can prove it. First, let's watch Diecast 52, in which they discuss the Burial at Sea DLC as a whole. Let's listen to this juicy clip.
Yeah, I got confused by that because at some point I thought I had dropped my Tommy gun, which I had just bought full ammo for accidentally when I went to pick up a shotgun. And I was trying to pick up all the Tommy guns that had been dropped, and I couldn't. I was like, what the fuck? I went back to where I dropped mine, and I couldn't find it. And I was like, come on! And then it finally popped up, like, a little hint that said, like, to switch weapons, use the V key to bring up the weapon wheel.
Well, that's the other thing that makes no sense, is that they got rid of the 2-weapon system, like the Halo system, but then they also made it so that you can still only have 2 weapons out, and you hit E or whatever to rapid switch between those 2 weapons that you have out. But then if you hold down E, you get the wheel to put any of your weapons into one of the 2 outsourced on your GUI hot switch weapon buttons. And it makes no sense and is really confusing, because looking at the screen and tapping E, it looks like you only can carry 2 guns. You have to hold down E and then like opt into a different weapon. Again, it's just really confusing.
Campster reveals 2 unflattering truths about himself here. I'll start with the more direct one before getting to the juiciest tidbit. The first thing you need to understand is that both Bioshock Infinite and Burial at Sea are made for consoles, not just PC. If you look at the 2 of them, it should be extremely obvious that the language of button pressing is different from one to the other. When they ported Half-Life 2 to console, Valve made so that you could switch between guns using the D-pad as a substitute to pressing individual keys. The problem with this is that it's really slow and inconvenient. I've taken a lot of unnecessary damage because of this while playing it. By contrast, Ratchet & Clank makes it so that you can quick tap between the last 2 guns you use via the triangle button. You can always pull out the weapon wheel, but the quick tap allows for quick and immediate decisions without the need for a specific hotkey for each gun, which would have been impossible. Later on, the franchise briefly allowed you to tap between the last 3 guns, and after that, they incorporated the D-pad to bounce between 4 pre-selected guns. The point of this tangent is that a quick tap option like this makes quick selection of guns more convenient for console players. You can be a PC elitist all you want, but designing a game for consoles without taking consideration for how the controls work is poor design. Campster's bewilderment over why they would make this decision showcases how little he knows of good design. But that's not even the best part of this throwaway criticism. I'm going to play some footage from the main game, and I want you all to pay attention. Put down whatever you're doing and look at the screen. You see that? The quick tap feature also exists in the main game, for the Vigors. Now, here's what I find strange. Neither in this video, nor the diecast special about Infinite, does Campster ever express the same confusion over the quick tap function of the Vigors. So, that can only mean one thing. He played through the game twice without ever noticing it. Now, someone explain to me how it's possible to play through Infinite twice without ever noticing the quick tap feature, but to notice it in Burial at Sea after playing it only once. It doesn't make a lick of sense. There's only one explanation. Campster didn't use the Vigors extensively enough to pass judgment on them. I'm not saying the Campster's a liar, though that's certainly a possibility here. In fact, there's at least 1 or 2 bits of footage in his video that shows the quick tap feature. But only 1 or 2. Rather, I'm saying that he didn't engage the game in good faith, barely using its mechanics to a degree that would allow one to call him informed. But let's not stop there. Let's return to Campster's analysis of the Handyman. When discussing it earlier, Campster called it a war of attrition, and I think I know why.
I said in my Dishonored video that it created a ludic language to let players express themselves in, and if that's true, then Bioshock Infinite is a toddler's illegible scribblings. It's not a series of systems to let you plan and execute brilliant moves by combining useful powers in interesting ways. It's simply a bedlam of spamming your favorite vigor and whatever 2 guns you happen to have.
In the previous video, I said I was going to assess how the reality of the Handyman holds up to Campster's claims. But before I proceed, I need to lay down some expectations. I am not particularly competent when it comes to recording just yet, and what hardware I currently have can only record consoles like the PS4 and the PS5. Because of this, I cannot record the original version of Bioshock Infinite. I can only record the complete edition, which is the only version that was ported to modern consoles. I say this because the complete edition comes with the pre-order bonuses, which includes overpowered gear, 1 free damage upgrade for a few guns, bonus money, bonus lockpicks, and 5 bonus infusions. This, of course, puts me in a position where I cannot make a one-for-one comparison to Campster's experience. However, I have created files in which I have ignored the bonus money and gear. The infusions, gun upgrades, and lockpicks can't be ignored, sadly. The point is, I have some advantages here that Campster wouldn't have had, but I've reduced them. Now, without further ado, observe. I've already shown you a compilation at the start, so I'll just explain one of these combos.
Handyman, watch out!
Appreciate it.
This combination requires the use of the Pyromaniac gear, Return to Center, and the Oil Slick Tear. The Pyromaniac gear casts fire when an enemy strikes you with melee. This is similar to a tonic in the first game that did the same thing, but with one big difference. It only shoots fire 50% of the time when struck. So this gear is objectively harder to use than the tonic. That's where Return to Center comes in. Return to Center doesn't just absorb damage from bullets, it takes melee damage too. Not only will you be able to keep yourself safe from Handyman attacks, but you will also be able to absorb the damage and deal them right back. And lastly, we have the Oil Slick. As everyone knows, this is just to create a bonfire. Given that Infinite doesn't do a good job of allowing you to set up traps, it's virtually useless. However, in this combo is the linchpin. As long as the Handyman keeps pummeling you, he'll keep setting himself and the Oil Slick on fire, all while you take no damage. You can just stand there and watch him burn himself to death. The best part? He won't run. He may step away for a moment, but the Handyman's natural inclination towards chasing you will keep him running back in and taking more damage. Yes, a lot of mechanics have been lost between the previous games and this game, but plenty more have taken their place. You can't set up traps, but you can utilize the randomized gear, your vigors, and the tools in the immediate environment to take enemies out with ease. You just have to be a quick thinker.
Well, okay, the vigors are better kind of in this game than the plasmids, but at the same time, it seemed like there were a lot of vigors that were so situational in their utility that they were just totally useless. Like, especially like the water one, the Kraken. Like
the water one was great.
Undertow was great when fighting Handyman, and it kind of sucked when fighting regular guys. Almost nothing worked against the Handyman, and that drove me nuts. I think Undertow was the rare exception.
Crows work, but very short.
Here, Campster all but directly claims to have fought the Handyman exclusively with the Undertow. He used no other Vigors. His footage of the Handyman supports this. He can claim that there is no functional difference, but the fact that I can kill these guys more quickly, and a higher difficulty at that, by using these Vigors and gear that he dismissed, suggests that there is, at the very least, a minor functional difference. Building off of that, Campster claims that the Handyman is immune to almost all the Vigors. So, let's take an honest look at what the Vigors do to them. Possession? Nothing. Devil's Kiss? Damage and fire effects. Crows? Stun. Fire and electricity effects. Bucking Bronco? Nothing. Shock Jockey? Stun. Electricity effects. Charge. Damage, close in, and melee buffs. Undertow. Pull, stun. Return to Cinder. Block, absorb damage, damage. Of these, the only two that actually do nothing are Possession and Bucking Bronco. Since a Shock Jockey stun barely holds him, I'll be kind and add that to the group. That means 5 out of 8 Vigors affect the Handyman. 5 out of 8 is not almost nothing, Campster. Between this and his ignorance over the quick tap feature, I think it's safe to say that Campster barely touched the Vigors.
Quite frankly, it plays like a generic, derivative, unfinished, compromised mess, and I'm astounded that people can spend 7 hours shooting the same 4 enemy types with the same generic, ineffectual guns and utterly uncreative plasmids, and then hail the game a triumph.
Alright, I'll concede that there were people who were shamelessly praising the game without any thought. That's fair. Now let me explain why I love the combat. One last time. Have you ever heard of a show called Chopped? It's an interesting reality show, as it presents professional cooks with one major challenge. Create a dish with little prep time using 4 core ingredients. In other words, they have to think fast to try and make 4 ingredients that shouldn't work with each other into a proper dish. I watched this show as research for this series, and I discovered one really fascinating episode. High on the Hog. In the final challenge, the contestants were to make a dessert using pig snout, Borlanza, red apricots, and melon cream soda. One contestant, Emily, decided to make a Borlanza ice cream with apricot melon jam, 5-spice pig snout, and sponge cake, but she couldn't make the ice cream without producing the other parts straight away. By the time she was done, all the cream for the ice cream maker was used up by her opponent, so she couldn't make any ice cream. She was stuck in a corner, with the most vital piece of her dish out of her reach. What'd she do? The only thing she could do. She grabbed a slab of mozzarella from the pantry, threw it on a frying pan, and started melting it down to its base components to use as a makeshift cream. Now, this wasn't perfect. The ice cream looked more like sour cream, and the judges complained that it wasn't sweet enough, telling her that she needed to use more sugar, but this was still a brilliant move from someone who had her back pressed against the corner. This moment, right here, perfectly encapsulates what makes Infinite's combat so fun and engaging. I don't have the ability to think ahead or carry everything on me, so I have to constantly react to what's in every fight. That's why every fight has loads of tears and extra guns. It's why heavy hitters typically show up halfway through fights. Are you out of ammo? Use the Skyline strikes. Are you running low on salts during the final battle? Combine health for salts with sheltered life and start using medkits. Just look at the pieces and how they help each other. This is why I defend Infinite so. I won't deny that most people had your experience, Campster. And yes, that probably means that there is a problem with how the game presents its tools. We can always discuss what that problem is. However, we cannot have this discussion until we acknowledge that these tools exist. If your experience with the game matters, then so does mine. And you don't speak for it.
I've mentioned this before, but the modern shooter has a problem with health mechanics. Way back in the days of Doom, getting hurt was a sign that the player screwed up. Most of Doom's damage was dealt with avoidable projectiles or melee hits from monsters themselves. Completing a level was an act of balancing the amount you screwed up with the amount of spare health kits in the level, and easier levels and easier difficulties had more health kits. As the genre's matured, though, we've moved away from projectile avoidance towards systems where most enemies have hit-scan weapons that instantly go from the enemies to the player. This is ostensibly due to the trend away from magical imps with fireballs and towards more realistic weapons like machine guns and pistols. This represents a problem for the player, though. Now that you can't avoid bullets, you will get hit. It's not a sign that you've screwed up, it's an inevitability of moving around when there's an enemy nearby with instant hit guns. So designers have taken to addressing this in a lot of different ways. Halo's approach was pretty successful. Players have strong shields that, when finally broken, cut away at core health, and only then are they in trouble. A few stray bullets hitting your shield doesn't mean anything permanent or dangerous. This allows you to move about and position yourself before attacking without constantly resource monitoring your health. Dishonored had long, telegraphed animations to let you know when bullets were coming to give you a chance of teleporting out of the way or using health kits. Call of Duty has a full-on health regen system where players can get hit as much as they wanted as long as they hunkered down and took cover before reaching absolutely zero health. And Gears of War combines that with a cover system that lets you avoid most fire and control when you're exposed. Finally, the original Bioshock continued the tradition set forth in System Shock 2. Death isn't permanent and simply costs resources. Meanwhile, you can carry health kits to help you stave off death, but they're rare and also cost resources, so you need to use them wisely. So with this myriad of combat options available as precedent, and arguably plenty more mechanics waiting to be discovered, I'm aghast as to why Irrational chose an incredibly awkward merger of Halo shields, Doom item pickups, and a dice roll. They've adopted Halo's shield system, but part of what made that so successful was, again, that it was a strong shield, so that you had to screw up pretty bad to start taking damage against core health. Here, in order to balance and feed their upgrade system, it starts as a tiny sliver of overall health, making it effectively worthless until it's been substantially upgraded.
First off, Campster admits to something pivotal here. You can upgrade the shield, so this problem only really exists early on in the game, if you would even consider it a problem at all, as you still have a health bar afterwards, much like Half-Life. Second, the game offers multiple countermeasures in the form of the gear and even the Vigors. Hillrunner's Hat increases your speed when the shield breaks, so you can retreat. Urgent Care increases the rate at which the shield restores, and it can be used in combination with Hillrunner's Hat. Vampire's Embrace restores health through melee kills. Kill to Live restores health through melee executions, and it can be bolstered by Coat of Arms. Last Man Standing restores health when you kill an enemy while low on health. Winter Shield, Nor'easter, and Sheltered Life all give you brief moments of invulnerability depending on the context. Return to Center serves as both a shield and a means of redirecting damage. Charge, with the right upgrades, can restore your shield instantly. Now, some of these are late game, namely the second half of the game, while the rest are randomized, but you should get access to at least a few of them on any playthrough. And I know you're aware of the invulnerability gear, Campster, because you showcased them in your video.
About a fifth of the game seems to stem from a place that at least has ambitions of being artful, of saying something that connects with people. But the remaining 80% is gunshots, explosions, and magical space booze that gives you colorful superpowers as you slaughter racist religious zealots in a city in the sky with your 9-fingered companion who can take you to alternate dimensions. Do you see how that might conflict with the grounded emotions and empathetic truths a little bit? One fundamentally opposes the other, and you can't have both. It's not even that the game suffers from some severe dissonance between its play and its story, although that's certainly here. Booker will be mourning his time as a Pinkerton agent keeping the unions down, or lamenting his involvement in Wounded Knee one minute, and the next he's exploding the heads off of one person or jamming his skyhook straight into the neck of another. But more than just dissonant, the combat feels like empty, pointless filler designed to pad a game out to official retail game length TM. The violence is never at any point sufficiently justified. But the mechanics they've settled on haven't transformed the game into a streamlined version of itself. Arguably, that's what the first Bioshock did when it modernized System Shock 2. Instead, they've taken a game franchise that has been traditionally about resource management and planning with an action twist, and boiled it completely down to a stock shooter. What little inventory management Bioshock had left is gone. Crafting is gone. Hacking is gone. Security systems, even the number of audio logs are cut in half from Bioshock, and there just really is no incentive to poke around the already linear, simplified levels. God, and this is just the stuff that's been removed. We haven't even gotten to how it actually plays yet. Pretty much all Vigors boil down to some combination of crowd control, direct damage, and trap, which means each Vigor is effectively interchangeable. Each can be quite powerful, but that's the problem. Spamming Bucking Bronco as a crowd control and damage amplifier isn't all that different than spamming Murder of Crows as a crowd control and damage amplifier. This doesn't take what Bioshock did and move it forward, it takes it way, way back.
The game includes these perks specifically as a countermeasure to your problem, and you pretend that they're useless or simply don't exist altogether. It's one thing to leave out information when discussing whether the characters have a motive to fight one another. It's another thing to include video evidence that debunks your arguments while you pretend that such evidence doesn't exist. That's just incompetent.
And unlike the rest of the Shock series, you can't carry health kits with you anymore. You have to scavenge for them in the middle of combat as you need them, just like in Doom. Except that works far better in Doom because, well, A, you can avoid most damage as they're projectiles instead of hitscan weapons, and B, you just walk right over the health and ammo to pick them up. In Bioshock Infinite, you actually have to look right at them and then hit a use key to pick them up. The result is that combat in Bioshock Infinite has players running around trying to scavenge resources in the middle of battle from bodies and drawers while getting hit with damage they can't meaningfully avoid. These look at something and interact with it to pick it up mechanics have their roots as far back as System Shock and Ultima Underworld, but they have no purpose being mechanics you'd want players to absolutely rely on in the middle of combat. Ultimately, I found myself running out of health and not being sure I could survive the run to the closest health pickup because hitscan weapons would tear through my mediocre shield and kill me, and even if I got to the health kit, I'd have to scramble to align my mouse cursor with the thing and hit the use key.
I understand the concern here, Campster, but the alternative is walking on eggshells to avoid accidentally picking up a medkit I don't need because I'm only down one sliver. If the choice is between this and that, I'm taking this. Though I would say Ratchet & Clank's nanotech system is preferable, especially in the Future Saga, but that's neither here nor there. Moreover, Half-Life 2 operates under a similar system. To start with, several fights in the game have health packs that the player has to run to, prompting them to shift tactics in battle when they're running low. Enemies in Half-Life 2 have hit scan weaponry, so you can't avoid their hits either. Running around to scavenge resources mid-battle is as much a part of Half-Life system as it is Infinite's. While it is true that most of them let you pick them up automatically, that's not always the case.
Medkit, medkit, medkit. Ow. Ooh, didn't see this. Yeah, you guys keep them doing the now while I get my fix. Whoa, they're sending out the guys in white now, eh?
Gordon, hit the core with your gravity gun. Go on, Gordon, give the core a touch.
Shit. Oh. Wait a minute, how far back are you gonna send me?
Everything about it works.
This system is objectively worse than Infinite's, because in Infinite, you get health automatically, while in Half-Life, the meta charge stations take time to refill your bars. There is simply no reason to do this, as the stations stop when you're at full health anyway. It made health restoration inconvenient in the heat of battle. If I have to choose between Infinite system and this, I'm going with Infinite. And it's not even just that. Throughout Half-Life 2, there are several other instances of pointing and clicking. The game is riddled with infinite ammo containers that you have to point and click at to get more munitions, often during combat. The driving section also leans on this, with a package of machine gun ammo on the back of the car. The last two battles of the game require you to point the gravity gun at particles to pick them up before throwing them at bosses. This isn't optional, it's the only way to fight them. Admittedly, it shouldn't be a win for Infinite to be superior to Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 came out in 2004, and Infinite came out 9 years later. By all accounts, it should be better, building off of Half-Life's design. However, Half-Life 2 casts such a long shadow that many shooters fail to live up to, that it is held up as one of the greatest shooters ever made. So if Infinite can be proven to be equal to, or greater than Half-Life in any regard, that should count as at least a couple of brownie points in the game's favor. Now, I'll concede this. Maybe lining up the cursor isn't quite as easy with the mouse as it is with the joystick. You played the game on PC, I played it on consoles. It's possible that there is a distinct difference. I have to bring this up because I would be a hypocrite not to, given my previous statements regarding controller layout versus keyboard layout. But even then, it would still be wrong.
Here, take a second.
Maybe if I snipe. Snipe, actually. Nope, the sniper rifle has decided not to work. As you guys know, the sniper rifle just works when it feels like it, for some reason. I have no idea why. Actually, I think I've just realized. It's when you hold down the right mouse, because it's not hold down, it's toggle. For some reason, if you hold down the right mouse, it won't fire. I've just realized that. That is weird. A lot of you probably commented and said that on the past part, but that's weird. I don't like that.
At the point that he recorded this Let's Play, Scottish Duck was relatively new to PC gaming. And here he is, playing with a mouse and keyboard. Not once in the game did he ever have problems lining up his cursor with the chargers. He had other problems, which I highlighted above, but lining them up was not one of them. If he can do it, so can you. Lastly, once again, the health booster gear help in this area. Try using them instead of dismissing them.
And in the middle of all of that, they throw Elizabeth. I've played through the game twice, and it's still not exactly clear to me whether she tosses the player actual items that could otherwise be picked up in the game, or if she just randomly generates health ammo and salts all on her own.
Campster, are you using a sniper rifle on an enemy point blank? And you want us to take your opinion on good combat design seriously? Yes, I understand your complaint that you feel compelled to use the same two guns exclusively, but if you're gonna go up to them, swap to the volley gun. You clearly still have the ammo for it, as it isn't red. It's much better for hipfire. Otherwise, hang back and shoot that way. Don't try to no-scope this. Alright, sorry, let's get back to that.
And in the middle of all of that, they throw Elizabeth. I've played through the game twice, and it's still not exactly clear to me whether she tosses the player actual items that could otherwise be picked up in the game, or if she just randomly generates health ammo and salts all on her own. Either way, though, the impact of the player is the same. In place of a reliable pool of health kits or salts like in Bioshock, you'll randomly get thrown a lifeline by your companion. And I get why they did it. It's an attempt to develop a relationship between Elizabeth and the player, and it's actually rather effective when she manages to give you what you need right as you need it. They took away your health and salt inventories because they needed to make you dependent on her in order to make her feel like a legitimate partner instead of a burden. I get it. But it also means that when you're under fire with a sliver of health left and...
I'm sorry. I have to do this again. Campster, why are you using Bucking Bronco on the Siren? She's an airborne enemy. Yes, I know that you're under the impression that it's just another stun. But as I already revealed, it also affects the enemy's location within the world. This isn't a power you want to use on an enemy that is already flying. The fight you're showing isn't even the first fight, it's the second. Assuming this is footage from your first playthrough, you had to have fought her at least once by now. You should already know how worthless it is against her. Again, how are we supposed to take you seriously? You played the game twice and you never engaged with it in meaningful light, leading to incompetent playstyles like this. Alright, let's get back to his argument again.
They took away your health and salt inventories because they needed to make you dependent on her in order to make her feel like a legitimate partner instead of a burden. I get it. But it also means that when you're under fire with a sliver of health left and no idea which way to run, you're entirely reliant on a random number generator to save you. And that sense of player disenfranchisement is really bothersome for a game that's undeniably trying to be more combat-focused and less interested in quirky mechanical twists about emotions.
Campster's core argument here is that they removed the inventory system to make Elizabeth appear useful. This is false. The inventory for Infinite was removed for the purpose of encouraging players to improvise and play off of what's in the immediate environment. Hence why every battle has oodles of resources for the players to use. How do I know this? The 15-minute demo. Remember when I said to make note of Campster's reference to it?
And that's to say nothing of the infinite spawning Ghost Mom boss, or the Protect the Generator level, or the giant scripted airship takedown.
This is the payoff. I'm going to play the last 5 minutes of the demo, and I want you to search for two things. An inventory system, and Elizabeth tossing resources to Booker.
Hey! It's just a postman. He didn't hurt anybody. It's DeWitt! It's DeWitt! Get out!
What's he doing?
I don't want to find out.
Up there! I think I can help! Just tell me which way!
too long. Take cover! Only I could get on that Zeppelin.
Up there?
Didn't say I was looking forward to it. Don't move, I'll be right back.
Did you see it? I know I didn't. Not once did Elizabeth toss health, MP, or ammo to Booker. In fact, the Vigors were using independent slots, and I didn't see any injection or refill option. There isn't even an option to carry medpacks on display here. Between that and everything else seen in the demo, or not seen, I conclude that my theory is correct. Elizabeth had absolutely nothing to do with the removal of the inventory. Campster is wrong. Of course, he also seems to think that this is what everyday townsfolk look like, so this failure of observation shouldn't be surprising. Let's focus on the low stats again. If you actually search around for infusions and gear, you would have required the necessary upgrades to survive without having to rely on Elizabeth tossing you supplies. Now to Campster's defense, one might argue that this is still poor design on the game's part. Once you reach a certain point, you can't go back to your previous area. If you left behind a bit of gear or an infusion, it's gone forever, meaning you could lock yourself in a dead file. This is something that Insomniac Games worked around with the Ratchet & Clank series. With the second installment onward, they incorporated an upgrade system, allowing the players to become stronger and more impervious as the game progresses. To counterbalance this, they made the enemies stronger. However, this came with a problem. If a player failed to upgrade properly, they would fall behind. Their solution was to introduce multiple arenas and farming levels to collect resources, allowing the players a safer area to increase their strength and keep up with the game.
Oh, but look who's here.
That's right.
Yeah, we did miss the plumber in the last game, didn't we, Tony?
We did. We did not go and find the plumber.
You know what? I'm going to say if we can get to 300 subscribers, We'll go back and do that as a bonus episode. How's that sound? Tony?
I think we can do that.
Yeah?
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
I know you're eating your pizza and you think that's more important.
That's exactly what was going on.
than what we're doing
I figured I
here.
could sneak a bike, but somebody had to talk to me.
You know what? Fuck you. Moo, I'm just going to talk to you from now on because you're not just going to ignore me.
I have
why
no pizza.
Why don't you talk about how terrible a segment this is, and whoever did this needs to be ashamed.
So, on the last game, we had the crystal mining, right?
Right.
And so it was a relatively successful part of our metagame. Was you can go back, you can mine for crystals, you can gain experience. It's like a way of reusing content without having to force the player to replay the same thing over and over again, sort of. So on this game, we thought, let's do the same thing, but use fewer resources.
That Infinite didn't do something to accommodate players in a similar stripe can be seen as a flaw, especially since gear and infusions are hidden in potentially tricky areas. However, that's what the checkpoints are for. The game auto-saves for you, and you can select numerous checkpoints from the menu. This can still be seen as a bit of a drag, forcing you to forfeit your progress in the main campaign, but is ultimately kinder than the original Bioshock's upgrade system, which put you at risk of locking yourself in a bad game if you didn't buy the right upgrades or save at the right point. Ultimately, when I give Campster a bone, he is just wrong in how he assessed this game. He did not engage with it on any level, and locked himself in a bad corner because of it.
It's especially annoying because there had to be ways of setting up this sense of dependence on Elizabeth that were less reliant on Booker shooting people in the face and hoping she throws him a health kit, and more reliant on Booker being dependent on Elizabeth's superpowers. Entire games can and have been made using universe-switching mechanics. It dovetails nicely into the game's story and makes Elizabeth even more cool and powerful. It could open up puzzles or stealth mechanics that might give the game some desperately needed mechanical variety.
Yes, this means a whole lot coming from the man who said this about Half-Life.
But yeah, I think that I think that if you really do have all these different mechanics, you lack an identity. Like, Half-Life has no singular mechanical identity. At best, it maybe has the gravity gun. And even that, at this point, in an era of havoc physics being applied pretty much uniformly, you don't really have even that to go on. I think most games have the ability to pick up and manipulate physics objects these days.
Second, Infinite isn't a puzzle game. It's an action-adventure. For all your complaints about ludonarrative dissonance, I expect you to explain how a puzzle system would contribute to the story without clashing with it like the violence allegedly does. For that matter, how would stealth gameplay gel with the story? Yes, I know that they added a stealth DLC later, but that was with a more fragile character in a slower story. Booker is a very brawny individual, prone more to fighting than sneaking around. And the conflict he's in is very fast-paced and violent.
It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. Okay, I'm sure I can get this thing going.
The Lord forgives everything, but I'm just a prophet, so I don't have to. Amen.
Jesus! Hell out of here!
I just realized who those two are. They, well, at least she, invented the technology that allows the city to float.
Giant balloons.
Quantum particles, suspended in space-time at a fixed height.
So, not giant balloons?
But the thing is, my book said they disappeared several years ago.
I told you they'd come.
No, you didn't.
Right. I was going to tell you they'd come.
But you didn't.
But I don't.
Are you sure that's right?
Something tells me they're not exactly what they appear.
I was going to have told you they'd come?
No.
The subjunctive?
That's not subjunctive.
I don't think the syntax has been invented yet.
It would have had to have been.
Had to have had been. That can't
They seem to want to help.
They seem to be out of their minds.
Odd, isn't it?
What's odd?
The fact that we sometimes
Finish each other's sentences?
Exactly.
It would be odder if we didn't.
How do you suppose they manage that?
I'll get back to you after I figure out the floating city bit.
She is not your daughter!
This isn't an optional question, Campster. You can't spend the first third of your video claiming that Infinite's gameplay is at odds with its story, and then propose another mechanic without explaining how it would gel with this. Lastly, Elizabeth's powers do add to the gameplay. You just actively ignore them. I've presented multiple examples of how her tears increase the strategic capability of the player in every combat scenario. I'm not going to go over it again.
But instead we have this giant and monotonous murder fest with poorly designed and sloppy-feeling derivative mechanics trying to pass itself off as meaningful because of a 20-minute ending cutscene and...
Self-defense killing is not murder, Campster. Pick up a dictionary before writing another script. Please. And that's all we have time for today, everyone. I'm going to discuss the politics and meaning of Bioshock Infinite next time, but I have one final point to make. Campster claims to have played the game twice, and he definitely has the evidence to prove it. Unfortunately, I don't believe he ever engaged with the systems even once, from spamming Undertow against the Handyman, to actively ignoring vital upgrades, right down to using bucking Bronco on an airborne enemy. As such, I don't believe Campster should be trusted to tell us whether this game is well made or not.
Quite frankly, it plays like a generic, derivative, unfinished, compromised mess, and I'm astounded that people can spend 7 hours shooting the same 4 enemy types with the same generic, ineffectual guns and utterly uncreative plasmids, and then hail the game a triumph.
For all your grandstanding about how you're the only one sensible enough to point out how badly made Infinite's combat is, all you've proven is that Infinite doesn't play well when you ignore over half of its mechanics. Congratulations. Here's an award.
The other thing that kind of didn't work for me was the actual, and you mentioned this, but the Americana theme of it didn't. I mean, Bioshock always had this conceit that it was a commentary on objectivism, and I think I remember talking about, like, we talked about that quite a bit during the spoiler warning season we did on it, that it really didn't hold up if you thought about it very much, because Andrew Ryan turned out to be this, like, super dictator from the beginning anyway.
Right, it was like in a rebuttal to objectivism where they're like, see, this guy's an objectivist and he's dumb, huh? That's how it came off when you really tried to think about it too deeply, and it rubbed me the wrong way.
What are you trying to say with Mayflower? Like, what are the things that you're sort of feeding into that? Because you probably don't want to say, well, here's the exact message that I'm trying to put out there with Mayflower. But what are the things that are in your head as you design this space, stuff that you'd like to explore or touch upon, stuff that you'd like to get the audience thinking about?
Yeah. Look, I'm always inspired by, I think when I took a class in high school about dystopias, and that's where I first read, Orwell and Huxley and Brave New World and Animal Farm in 1984. And what I love about those stories is how thought out the worlds are. Mm-hmm. There's so much detail about the world, and and these are just, dystopian places, but they're not like some evil dictator came along and decided to ruin everything for everybody. Things happen for a reason. And unintended consequences is something, when we talk, obviously in Infinite, there's a lot of conversations about unintended consequences, even in Rapture, people's attachment to ideology, Andrew Ryan's attachment to this sort of, anarcho-capitalist ideology, but then when the tables turn on him, and he's the losing one, maybe he doesn't hold up to those principles. We all have feet of clay. And so, my reaction to sort of ideology is always, that how does it impact the real world? When it hits reality, and Bioshock was an exercise in that. The Fountainhead, she could arrange it so everything worked out because she had characters who were basically superhuman, super handsome, super beautiful,
moral,
super adherence to the moral. They had no moral failings on that structure. And I don't know anybody like that. I love the book, but I don't know about it. So Bioshock was my what if you put more real people in that situation for the good and the bad? Rapture's an amazing place, but there are problems.
We're here, folks. The final stretch. There are 4 minutes left in this infernal video. Can I finish it? Let's find out. So far, Campster has failed to justify his claim that Infinite's combat contradicted the narrative. And his assessment of the mechanics only proves that he failed to properly engage with them every step of the way. Now, let's see how he handles the politics.
But instead we have this giant and monotonous murder fest with poorly designed and sloppy feeling derivative mechanics trying to pass itself off as meaningful because of a 20-minute ending cutscene and... As long as we're on the subject of meaning, the game makes the same mistake that Bioshock did. It thinks that by presenting an idea, it's commenting on or engaging with that idea. It's sort of like saying that Errant Signal is a show about brackets because the damn things show up in every episode. Despite often referencing it, Bioshock had little to nothing to meaningfully say about objectivism. It was window dressing for the shooting and the big twist.
Yeah, but it was never trying to say anything about objectivism. Don't believe me? Let's see what Ken Levine has to say about Bioshock's political themes.
It's a complicated world because you are potentially harvesting little sisters. And I don't think, like the game, we're not really trying to say, this is how you should think about the things. Our games, we tend to like games that don't answer questions for people, but ask questions. We're trying to say objectives, in Bioshock, the Ayn Randian objectivism, we're really trying to say this is good or bad. Right. We're trying to say here's
the consequences of your actions. Yep. But it's let it play.
Here's an honest telling. I think if you brought this into the real world, even as fantastical as Bioshock is, for real human beings who are trying to hold up these ideologies, it gets much trickier. So same as in Infinite.
People have asked about Bioshock. Considering that objectivism is actually pretty well played. You're not really, obviously there's a little bit of a spoofing, but it's actually a pretty decent portrayal of Levine ideas. So people have wondered, where do you fall? Not politically, like which party, but ideologically. Are you someone that lives closer to Rand? Are you someone that maybe you're living closer, maybe the ideas espoused in one of your other works?
I'm much more a buffet type guy. Like, I believe in outcomes, not ideologies, So I'll see what's working and I just try to call balls and strikes. So, when with objectivism, I had read a few Rand books and I found some of her ideas really compelling. Like she has, this notion that altruism is bad, right? And the reason she thinks that is because she thinks the most good will come out of people focusing their entire attention on building their own things and people benefit from that. It's, it's basically descended from Adam Smith, who said, the baker doesn't feed people by trying to help people. He feeds them because he sells them the bread and then he, for his own interests. And so there is, some clearly markets can show that people working their own interests can create great outcomes for not just them, but for other people. I believe in non-zero sum games, if you know the game theory term, where, we're not just competing over one pie. We can make a bigger pie by working together, and we're both getting more pie. So there's some of Rand in that. I think, like a lot of ideologies, she took it to an extreme, and but that's happened. So with ideologies, and so I just with Bioshock, I was like, I think this is a really interesting ideology, but I want to, when her books,
she's able to make up all the rules. So there were things that I thought were fairly unrealistic. Like she'd make these very idealized characters, like the guy in the Fountainhead and, the guys who go to Galt's Gulch. And I said, well, what if you had a character who was, I didn't want to like diss on Rand at all. That was not my interest. It was like, what if I just try to tell an honest story if somebody really felt this way, and what would be the problems they'd run into, and how would they deal with it? And could they change the rigidity of their ideology once the facts on the ground changed? That was what interested me, is that story of Ryan. Some of my favorite audio logs in that game were he's seeing things going to hell. And he almost gets it at one point, like maybe I need to change course. But then he does this sort of, well, no, the kids must be wrong moment. And that wasn't because I wanted to make Ryan to be a fool. I think Ryan is obviously a very impressive, powerful figure. But he can't see the forest for the trees, because he develops his ideas and those become reality for him. And he's unable to sort of move away from it when reality changes.
I like the narrative cohesion. I hate it in a story where there's some kind of philosophy at play. And then at the very last minute, the author's like, well, I don't want people to think I'm bad. So then they pull off. And I'm like, oh, you're so close. Just,
I don't have like my idea as the world changes, and like, sometimes you need a wartime concierge, the Godfather, you need a peacetime concierge or a wartime concierge. Like as life changes, you need different strategies for dealing with life. As you're younger, you have certain strategies. And so you meet somebody and fall in love and start a family, then you have different strategies. When you're starting out as a company, you have different strategies. And when you're more established, I don't believe in rigid, I never really was a big fan of rigid ideologies. So I just but I'm fascinated by them. And, maybe, so I mean, it's weird. I decided at some point, like, let's just make games where we explore various ideologies. And pretty much all the big games I've made, there's always been a bit of an exploration of various types of ideologies.
What's that you say? These are from very recent interviews? Fair enough. It's possible that he's only saying that now to save face. Except for...
The city of Rapture was built by Andrew Ryan and his team with a real strong philosophical bent. And that bent was that people, as he says, is a man not entitled to the sweat of his own brow. And he was, he lived in a time in America where he came, first of all, he was born in the Soviet Union, and during around the time of the revolution, or before the revolution, and he saw what happened with the revolution, and he was an anti-communist, and he came to America. He felt that if he was a great man, he should be entitled to the fruit of his own labor. He didn't want the government or the church or anybody else telling him what was or wasn't his, which I think is to an American is a very sort of understandable concept. And he felt so strongly about this that he felt he couldn't stay in America, especially with the coming threat of nuclear war, with the new nuclear weapons after World War II. And he wanted to take what he considered the best and the brightest people to a place where they could practice their craft, whatever their craft was, artist, scientist, industrialist, and do it without another person's hand in their pocket. And that's why he created Rapture. In Bioshock, the Civil War happens because of very natural things. Greed, sex, jealousy, power, all the things that screw up everything in reality. But also the things that drive us all are the very things that cause the Civil War in Rapture. The great thing I think about Bioshock, from where I'm sitting as a writer, is that nobody's perfect. Like there are no paragons. There is no Gandalf. There is no Ben Kenobi. All the characters you encounter, Tenenbaum and Atlas and Ryan and the people you hear about like Fontaine and the people you hear about in their audio diaries and you encounter, everybody is flawed in substantial ways. And you're sort of put in this position with all these moral choices of like, who am I going to listen to? And there's no black hats and white hats, and everybody's had a sort of a dark gray.
There you have it. The intent was never to discuss objectivism. It was to discuss utopianism, with objectivism as a frame. I'm going to assess Bioshock 1 in greater detail now, so buckle up. This may appear irrelevant, but analyzing how Ken Levine approached politics in the first game will inform his approach in Infinite. and whether Campster's criticisms hold up. I spent years analyzing Ken Levine's writing style, and I've learned many things in that time. One very prominent pattern I discovered is that Levine tends to write characters becoming their own antithesis.
This situation, this game, the first thing I thought about is, how can I make a dystopia where everybody could understand how it happened? So the basic setup is that there's a guy named Rosenberg, and he has and this is funny because this is before COVID and before, the appearance of large language models like ChatGPT, appear on the environment, but was using essentially a predictive large language model that was using data from the past to predict the future, which is generally how these things work. Large language models to some degree are very fancy autocomplete, right? Mm-hmm. They look at a huge corpus of data and they use the past to predict the future. Same kind of like when you read history, it's sometimes easier. If you read enough history, it's more easy to predict the future because patterns tend to emerge. This game starts with a kid who grew up. It's funny, originally this wasn't in his backstory because COVID hadn't happened, but his mother had died and his father was very religious, and his mother, he wouldn't get treatment for the mother because of his religious beliefs, and his mother died, and he sort of cursed his father and cursed God and said, I'm going to make sure that, that I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again. So he originally develops a predictive technology for health outcomes. Basically the most fancy, the little crystal everybody has in their hand, that's a data storage device of your molecular state at every second of your life. So if you have that data and then you've, like I said, work to reduce privacy laws, and we have a huge corpus of data about health outcomes, you can start predicting health outcomes many, many years in the future and radically improve people's health and keep people from dying of things, and become more, it's a bit of a fuck you to God, right? No, all medicine is a bit of a fuck you to God, right? And I don't mean that in a bad way, right?
Sure.
It's saying we're not going to let the natural thing take its course. We're going to intervene. And he wants to intervene. And one day his prediction algorithm tells him that a plague is coming, in the belly, carried around in the belly of 50 billion rat fleas or 50 trillion rat fleas, which is how the Black Death spread around. And this is before COVID. It's funny. And now we incorporated his backstory that he's been through a plague already, which is very convenient for our story and very inconvenient for all the rest of us in the world.
Sure.
But, and he has a real mission, and an understandable mission. It's literally about the survival of the human species. And we haven't done that. I don't tend to make games about the universe is in danger. It kind of, a lot of the superhero movies, and I'm a huge superhero fan, it is a bit like every time that, the universe is in danger. Sometimes the stakes being a bit lower is nice. But this game, I wanted to make a very grounded characters about an existential risk. And so he makes this ship, he sells all his factories and raises all kinds of money and sells all his homes to build the Mayflower, invites a group of people on board the ship for a generational, many-year journey to fly to Proxima Centauri, where they can start a new, continue human civilization. Most people think they're cranks, and we never actually, well, actually, I won't get into that just yet.
Sure.
And lots of things go wrong.
I'm calling it now. When Jews comes out, we're going to get an influx of conservative Christians accusing Ken Levine of attacking religion, all while completely ignoring the obvious hypocrisy of the character. I don't know if you were paying attention, so let's go over it again. Rosenberg's mother died because his father refused her proper health care for religious reasons. To spite him, Rosenberg rejected religion and created a computer to predict the future. This computer told him that humanity would only survive on another world, so he did as it instructed. In short, he created his own god. Despite his contempt for his father, Rosenberg became no different. This antithetical journey extends to the Big Three as well. The biologist Nefertiti Okeke has grown to believe that humanity cannot exist in space as organic life forms, and is dedicated to rebirthing the species as sentient robots instead. Hope, the therapist for the ship, has grown to realize that death is humanity's only salvation. Continuing on is torture, so she wants Jews to help her destroy what's left as a mercy killing. At the time of this recording, Tom's plans are unknown, but given that he's the police officer of the ship, I suspect that it will somehow lean to anarchy at the end of the day. You see the same in Burial at Sea. Elizabeth's main goal at the start of the DLC is to destroy this one final version of Booker, both to punish him for the things he did that led to him being in Rapture, and as overall revenge for the fact that every version of Booker and Comstock tried to exploit her to satisfy their own end goals. How does she do it? By using a child that this Booker cares for as bait. Essentially, she used a child the same way that she had been used.
Elizabeth, come on, it's time to get moving.
Booker? What?
Over here, on the radio.
You're not Booker.
Well, of course I ain't.
What have I gotten myself into? I didn't orphan that girl. I didn't kidnap her.
But she made for some exceptional bait, didn't she?
Had to be done.
Did it?
Booker. The little girl in the film. It's me. My God. Oh, I remember he'd crashed into the tower. I guess he was in some sort of fight. I waited there thinking I don't know, that something would happen, but he just lay there, moaning. I couldn't just...
The line with the thorn in its paw. So much for science.
I should have just left him there to die. I should have just... I will never escape it. Exploited, exploiting, me, Comstock, you, Sally. It's like a wheel of blood spinning round and round.
Burial at Sea is still a poor Ken Levine story, but it is a Ken Levine story all the same. When you analyze the tale of Andrew Ryan, the story being told isn't one that exposes objectivism as a bad system. In fact, the game shows some preferential treatment towards it.
The good people of Rapture didn't sign up to see us government types shutting down shops, killing their owners, even with a ponce like Fontaine. But he brung it upon himself. Instead of copping it on the chin, bugger gets it into his head that he's gonna go down guns blazing. Who does he think he is, John bloody Wayne? We can get on top of this. We can. Here's what we do. We find Fontaine's will and make what was his go to where it was intended, and not into the pockets of us that put him into the ground. I never killed a man, let alone a mate. But this is what things come to. I don't know if killing Mr. Ryan will stop the war, but I know it won't stop while that man breathes. I love Mr. Ryan, but I love Rapture. If I have to kill one to save the other, so be it.
An assassin. Oh, that's rich. I could have gone along, I suppose. Spliced up. Forgot. I believed in this place. I believed in Ryan. But when it got hard, Ryan didn't believe in Rapture. Didn't believe in the Great Chain. He believed in power. And now this place is busto. And my girl is... gone. Worse than gone. One of those things. So am I an assassin? Well, only one way to find out.
You know, it's something that was really important to me when we were working on this game, in the same way that in Bioshock 1 it was really important to me to understand why people followed Andrew Ryan to Rapture, and why people follow Comstock to Columbia. It was easier for me as a writer to understand Andrew Ryan because we come from a similar, he's a immigrant, Eastern European, Jewish, intellectual family, or Smarty Pants family, whatever you want to put it. And my family comes from that background as well, and he's not a believer, a religious believer, and he sort of has obvious libertarian leanings to some degree. And I'm sort of a live and let live kind of guy.
The story it tells instead is one of a man critical of humanity, seeking to create his own utopia, only to find himself becoming everything wrong with it. Ryan witnessed the crimes of the Bolsheviks and sought to create a society where that would never happen again. But to do that, he had to place restrictions on the city to keep it a secret.
The death penalty and rapture. Council's in an uproar. Riots in the streets, they say. But this is the time for leadership. Action must be taken against the smugglers. Any contact with the surface exposes rapture to the very parasites we fled from. A few stretched necks or a small price to pay for our deals.
More than that, and this is the heart of the problem, he allowed his own jealousy of an opposing business to get the better of him.
Something must be done about Fontaine. While I was buying buildings and fish futures, he was cornering the market on genotypes and nucleotide sequences. Rapture is transforming before my eyes. The great chain is pulling away from me. Perhaps it's time to give it a tug.
Mr. Ryan, I believe in rapture, but that doesn't mean we always win. Fontaine Futuristics is the biggest thing going in rapture, so let me be plain. When we arrest that tow rag Fontaine for his thieving and smuggling, we must make it clear that we won't touch his business interests. We sit on the council because these poor sods trust us, not because God gave us a chair. Ryan nationalised Fontaine Futuristics. He owns it now, lock, stock and barrel. For the good of the city, he says. He'll break it up in due time, he says. I've resigned from the council and lodged me letter of protest, but that's just pissing in the wind. It'll be war, I say, unless somebody stops Ryan, and right fast.
And he wound up using the large power of the government to steal that very business. When war broke out in retaliation, he just doubled and tripled down.
We're putting all the bathyspheres in lockdown until further notice. Ryan had us install some kind of genetic device into the thing, so only Ryan and his inner circle will be able to use them without dispensation. But the boys tell me the keys are pretty unreliable. Sisters, cousins, anybody in the ballpark genetically will be able to come and go as they see fit.
I begged Mr. Ryan to hand Fontaine's Futuristics over to Atlas's boys as a peace offering, but the stupid sod won't listen to reason. Instead, he's just splicing his mob up, giving them more and tougher plasmids. There's an arms race on here in Rapture, but it's not about who can build the best guns and the biggest bombs. It's about who can become less of a man and more of a monster.
Dr. Suchong, frankly, I'm shocked by your proposal. If we were to modify the structure of our commercial plasmid line as you propose, to have them make the user vulnerable to mental suggestion through pheromones, would we not be able to effectively control the actions of the citizens of Rapture? Free will is the cornerstone of this city. The thought of sacrificing it is abhorrent. However, we are indeed in a time of war. If Atlas and his bandits have their way, will they not turn us into slaves? And what will become of free will then? Desperate times call for desperate measures.
In the end, for all his condescension, Ryan wasn't any better than those he condemned. In some of the clips I cited earlier, Levine expressed that Ayn Rand had a habit of painting her protagonists as flawless heroes to showcase how great her ideology was. Speaking as someone who read Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, Levine isn't wrong. Rand had a bad habit of writing her heroes as perfect and having the correct moralities all the time, with her antagonists being either well-meaning idiots or self-aware villains. Of course, it makes sense that Rand would do this, given how such figures ruined the lives of her family. However, as far as objectivity was concerned, it was rather silly. This subversion on Levine's part is an appropriate response. And the Antithetical Journeys don't stop with Ryan. You see more of the same throughout Rapture. Briggy Tenenbaum, a Holocaust survivor, performs experiments on non-willing children. Sullivan, a police officer, becomes a thug who assassinates on Ryan's behalf. Yi Suchang, the man in charge of creating the Big Daddies, dedicates the last moments of his life to trying and failing to perfect the bond between them and the Little Sisters.
Clinical trial protector system, plasmid lot 255. Dr. Suchong, client Ryan Industries. Very frustrating day. I can't seem to get the damn Big Daddies to imprint on the little brats. The protection bond is just not forming.
Papa Suchong?
Get away. Maybe if I modify the genetic sequence... Shush! Sequence to allow for... Get away, you filthy little shit! What? What are you doing? Get it back! Get back!
All of these stories are tragedies, showing how people can stray from their initial intention or origin. If you pay attention to more of the minor characters in Bioshock, you'll find that Ryan wasn't the only one turning on objectivism. The problem wasn't so much the system as it was the Rapturians' loyalty to it once it became challenging.
We all come down here. Figured we'd all be part of Ryan's great chain. Turns out Ryan's chain is made of gold, and ours are the sort with the big iron ball around your ankle. He's up in Fort Frolic banging fashion models. We're down in this dump yanking guts out of fish. Fontaine's promising something better. He's like one of us, you know? Like he's worked a day in his life. He says meet him at his fish packing joint at 11. I'll go, bring a couple of guys. Hey, it's not like things could get a lot worse.
These sad saps. They come to Rapture thinking they're gonna be captains of industry. But they all forget that somebody's gotta scrub the toilets. What an angle they gave me. I hand these mugs a cot and a bowl of soup, and they give me their lives. Who needs an army when I got Fontaine's Home for the Poor?
If Ryan didn't betray the ideals of objectivism, then someone else would have. That is what Levine is trying to convey here. The struggles of living up to your ideals and the consequences of failure. Another thing I discovered about Ken Levine is that he isn't a wasteful writer. He may not use a particular element or political concept the way you would prefer, but he does find a way to use it. Andrew Ryan was made Russian both as a reference to Ayn Rand and to provide context to his strict free market beliefs.
My journey to Rapture was my second exodus. In 1919, I fled a country that had been traded in despotism for insanity. The Marxist revolution simply traded one lie for another. Instead of one man, the Tsar, owning the work of all the people own the work of all of the people. And so, I came to America, where a man could own his own work, where a man could benefit from the brilliance of his own mind, the strength of his own muscles, the might of his own will. I had thought I had left the parasites of Moscow behind me. I had thought I had left the Marxist altruists to their collective farms and their 5-year plans. But as the German fools threw themselves on Hitler's sword for the good of the Reich, the Americans drank deeper and deeper of the Bolshevik poison, spoon-fed to them by Roosevelt and his New Dealers. And so, I asked myself, in what country was there a place for men like me? Men who refused to say yes to the parasites and the doubters. Men who believed that work was sacred and property rights inviolate. And then, one day, the happy answer came to me, my friends. There was no country for people like me. And that was the moment I decided to build one.
Tenenbaum is hinted at to be autistic, and this isn't for representation brownie points. It's there to explain how she survived the Holocaust and became a scientist at the same time, with her being something that even the Nazis didn't want to destroy.
I was at German prison camp, only 16 years old when I realized I have love for science. German doctor, he make experiment. Sometimes he makes scientific error. I tell him of this error, and this make him angry. But then he asks, how can a child know such a thing? I tell him sometimes I just know. He screams at me, then why tell me? Well, I said, if you are going to do such things, at least you should do them properly.
Of course, the I just know isn't exactly accurate. An actual autistic person would have just over-explained, but that's irrelevant. Levine's writing isn't perfect, but it is compacted and efficient. Anyway, you see more of this in Burial at Sea. This DLC is filled to the brim with pandering. People didn't like how Fitzroy was depicted in the main game, so they retconned it. People didn't like how the Vigors weren't directly explained, even though there was an explanation, so they directly explained them as a product of Suchong and Fink. People didn't like the lack of backstory to Songbird, so they gave us a bit of it. As someone who saw these criticisms, I recognized the intent immediately, and I didn't like it. But none of it ever felt out of place. The retcon to Fitzroy's character served to foreshadow Elizabeth's final fate.
I've taken your counsel, and you done me good service, but I will not hurt the boy. I will see Fink and Comstock burn, but I will not hold the son to account for the deeds of his father.
You've misunderstood us.
We neither asked you to harm the child.
Nor did we promise that yours would be the hand that would set Comstock's world afire.
A famous man once said,
And a famous man shall say,
I may reach the mountaintop,
but I fear I shall never visit the valley below.
But you mean I won't live to see the... No.
It's up to you what matters more.
Your part in the play.
Or the play itself.
Someone is coming.
She'll arrive, a girl.
She must leave. A woman.
And what makes the difference between a girl and a woman?
Blood.
Your part in the play.
Or the play itself.
Turn her into a killer? How?
Give the girl no choice.
And she will be forced to make one.
We've got the activation phrase. Now all we've got to do is get that genetic freak of nature on an airplane, and Rapture's ours.
I can see all the doors. And what's behind all the doors. And behind one of them, incredibly, I see him.
Je vois la liane rosa. Il m'a dit des mots d'amour, des mots de tous les jours. Et ça me fait quelque chose.
The origins of the Vigors served to set up how Elizabeth would return to Columbia, and the Songbird's origin serves to help Elizabeth establish the bond between the Big Daddies and the Little Sisters. I don't like any of this, and I would argue that it hurt the two stories that attempted to bridge together, but it all played a part in the greater story that Burial at Sea was attempting to tell. Again, Burial at Sea is a poor Ken Levine story, but it is a Ken Levine story all the same. None of it was wasteful. I cannot claim to know what Ken Levine's politics are, but it's clear from the way he presents these ideas in his writing that he believes that politics brings out the worst in people. They allow their pride to get in the way, caring more about being perceived as correct than actually being correct, turning what should be debates to uncover truth and elections to get the best outcome into football games, where we all hate the opposing team.
In all the games you say, I think you said it, we speak confidently, but to some degree, like, none of those games are about saying America is bad. I love America. I think the United States of America is a great, great country. However, and has some great philosophical underpinnings, primarily about individual liberty and about balance of power, separating the powers. But it can turn into a belief system, an unquestioning belief system, like anything else. Same with objectivism. I've read Rand and I found a lot of really interesting things there. But I also, see what can happen when people stop paying attention to reality and they keep their nose in the ideology. As a writer, say, I believe the job is to inhabit the character as much as you can and see the world through their eyes. So when I wrote Andrew Ryan, for instance, I wanted to take all of his trauma and all of his life experience and understand how he got to the place he got to. And I wanted to, there's a term I love called steel manning, which is if you have an opponent in your argument. I often do this with my friends. We'll be arguing about something and I'll say, hey, steel man my position, or I'll try to steel man his position, which means make the best argument for a position. Even if you really disagree with the position, try to make the best argument. And it's a great way to tell if the person you're arguing with really understands what you're getting at. Because if you can't contend with the best argument of your opponent's position, you're not really debating them. I also think debate is great practice for young people too, because it often makes you don't get to choose what side you're on in the debate, right? So, with Bioshock, I had to make an argument for, through Ryan, I made an argument for objectivism, or the type of pseudo-objectivism we use. Through Comstock, I had to make an argument for, American exceptionalism and white nationalism, which is a very strange place to be, right? Because
exactly.
I'm not a white nationalist. And I probably not, a lot of white nationalists are probably not big fans of mine.
Right.
But you have to live through your characters and not judge them so you can present them honestly. Mm-hmm. Because if you're just doing a blow up doll of them, you're not really telling the whole story. You're more writing propaganda than you are writing, I'd rather write questions than answers.
Right.
And let the audience participate in figuring out what's right.
More than that, he is a writer who understands the importance of writing about broader subjects, as opposed to making the main villain of your story whoever happens to be president.
Curious about, I think one of the most striking aspects of the Mayflower as we were exploring it was the way the society demands conformity and the way that becomes socially shared. There are logs that you discover that are actual kind of tweets that have upvotes and downvotes associated with them, and people who are on message, again, lots of upvotes, and people who dare to dissent, again, lots of downvotes. And there's one sequence, which is a sort of public shaming, which we won't spoil the details because I think it's kind of really a fantastic sequence to experience, but it's very much about, public shaming in some very specific ways. In what way is that a sort of commentary on social online discourse and getting cancelled, or is it a sort of more broader approach to, the way history has dealt with the idea of not being welcomed at court, or how do you, what is that all about?
Yeah, I'm not really a fan generally of talking about this particular moment, because I think history, as there's this great line, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And if you look at, say, social shaming, this is not a new thing. You look at the Cultural Revolution, in Maoist China, you look at Red Scare here, you look at the Salem witch trials, there's a million things you could look at historically that where society, or the Inquisition, society uses, in East Germany, the Stasi, and, kids reporting on their parents, because it's a very powerful tool, right? There's a line that Hope says when she first comes up with this idea for the society is, you don't need prisons if you can turn people into their own wardens.
Yes, Ken Levine doesn't take a specific stance. He doesn't say, this political party is correct, or you should vote this person for president. But he isn't trying to. The original Bioshock was never trying to make a statement about objectivism. Rather, objectivism was the frame by which Ken Levine was making a statement about what ideologies do to us, and whether our belief that we, and we alone, can create the perfect utopia is accurate. Anyone who says that Bioshock is about objectivism is wrong. In a similar vein, anyone who says that Bioshock Infinite is about racism is wrong. Anyone who says that Bioshock is trying to deconstruct a specific set of ideals and principles does not truly understand Bioshock, and such a person cannot be trusted to properly analyze the franchise. In short, Levine is trying to teach people the importance of skepticism and self-scrutiny. There are a lot of speeches and interviews out there that give insight into how Ken views the world and politics, but I think none paint the picture better than this.
And now it's 13 years later, and everything I owe to finding this tribe, my career, my home, my friends, my colleagues, even my wife. And after so many years of running from the very things I loved, it's amazing to come here, a guy like me, and see what Gabe and Tycho and all the staffers and volunteers have built in this place. And they have managed to bring so many of us together. You know, we're united by a common element, but it is not the color of our skin that brings us together. It is not the shared political ideology, and it is not the country of our birth. No, what brings us all together to PAX is we're a giant bunch of f***ing nerds. But even as we're united, it's even more amazing for me to see how diverse nerddom has become. Now, he's here for the nerd core. She's here to pawn noobs in the Smash Brothers tournament. That guy, he's all about the female gamer empowerment panel. He's here to check out the guild. And that guy, he's stalking Will Wheaton. Now, what does an older dude like me have to say about all these strange and varied interests, most of which didn't even exist when I grew up, when I came up as a nerd? Bring that shit on. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for coming. And thank you for letting me be part of your tribe. Now go and enjoy the out of PAX. Thank you.
Last time, we discussed Ken Levine's handling of politics in the original Bioshock, and what it says for his views on politics as a whole. Now, with that in mind, let's assess how Infinite approaches the subject.
And the pattern repeats here. Concepts of American exceptionalism, racial segregation, economic inequity, religious zealotry, and more don't really get discussed so much as simply displayed.
They're not the focus, though. Infinite's political interest is the dangers of extremism. All those concepts are there strictly to exemplify that point. For instance, nationalism. Columbia was built to serve as a representative of American ideals, with the secret goal of destroying foreign enemies. When they didn't get the praise they thought they deserved for the destruction of Peking, Columbia branded the US an enemy and started making plans to destroy it.
sits the throne, and drown in flame the mountains of man. Say what you will about Comstock, he was a hell of a fortune teller. Wasn't the torture that broke me. Wasn't the indoctrination. It was time. Time rots everything, Booker. Even hope.
Remember, Ken Levine loves writing characters becoming their own antithesis, and Columbia is no exception. It became what it sought to destroy, a foreign threat to America. With racism and religion, Levine admits to having trouble.
The city of Columbia rests on the shoulders of its enigmatic founder, Zachary Hale Comstock. As the leader of the founders, he created a city based on religious devotion and American exceptionalism. A character based on these ideals could easily be reduced to a collection of villainous tropes, and it proved a challenge to keep his motivations believable.
He was one of the toughest characters for me to write because I don't feel I don't have a religious background. And let alone sort of, the darker side of his beliefs and the racist side of his beliefs. But so I really had a lot of trouble writing him for a long time. And it occurred to me I had to figure out why do people follow him? That was the key to his characters. Why do people follow him? What does he provide to them? And I struggled with that for a long time because obviously, an ecstatic religious experience is something that a religious leader provides, but I don't have a connection to as a writer. And it's always hard when you try to write something that you have never felt, and that would feel dishonest to me. So I struggled, and actually I ended up having some conversations. There was a scene in the game at the end where there was a gentleman here, one of our artists, who got to a point in the game, played it, turned off his computer, turned off Bioshock, opened up his computer, opened Microsoft Word, and wrote a resignation letter. It had offended him so much. And I ended up having a conversation with him. My first impulse was, I don't want this guy to go. He was a good guy and a talented guy. And we ended up actually having a long talk, and he was an extremely religious guy. And when we started talking, I realized that something I could connect to was the notion of forgiveness and how powerful, what an important part of that is of the New Testament, and why, Christ was such a revolutionary figure. And thinking about how I would incorporate that notion, the power of that notion, to Comstock, into sort of his world, was to me the key, because who hasn't done things that they don't want to be forgiven for?
Just because the city flies don't mean it ain't got its fair share of fools. All right. Still got a girl to find.
However, they still played their role. The racism is a consequence of the natural extreme of hypernationalism. Nationalism isn't an evil in and of itself. Infinite never says that, just as the original never said that objectivism is evil. Instead, it is simply portraying what could happen if one is not careful. And that is what the racism presents. With religion, Comstock is a man who is desperately hiding from his own guilt, incapable of understanding Christianity's philosophy of forgiveness. Since he can't accept the racist crimes he had committed, he perverts Christianity to justify racism.
What exactly was the great emancipator emancipating the Negro from? From his daily bread, from the nobility of honest work, from wealthy patrons who sponsored them from cradle to grave, from clothing and shelter. And what have they done with their freedom? Why, go to Victon and you shall find out. No animal is born free, except the white man. And it is our burden to care for the rest of creation. And the Lord saw the wickedness of man was great, and he repented he had made man on the earth. Rain. 40 days and 40 nights of the stuff, and he left not a thing that walked alive. You see, my friends, even God is entitled to a do-over. And what is Columbia if not another ark for another time? As the months and years turned to memories, so did the men of Congress turn to righteousness. And through the technology of men, the dollars of Washington, the Lord worked his will upon Columbia and raised her high above the Sodom below. And when I came to Washington, there were few in Congress who saw my vision for Columbia. But it is the burden of the prophet to bring the wicked to righteousness. For what am I, if not a mirror to reflect the face of God? To tax the black more than the white, is that not cruel? To forbid the mixing of the races, is that not cruel? To give the vote to the white man and deny it to the yellow, the black, the red, is that not cruel? But is it not cruel to banish your children from a perfect garden? Or drown your flock under an ocean of water? Cruelty can be instructive. And what is Columbia, if not the schoolhouse of the Lord?
And this is directly hinted at by Fink.
I told you, Comstock. You sell them paradise, and the customers expect cherubs for every chore. No menials in God's kingdom. Well, I have a man in Georgia who'll lease us as many Negro convicts as you can board. Why, you can say they're simple souls in penance for rising above their station. Whatever eases your conscience, I suppose.
The economic inequality is a side element of the racism, and serves to set the stage for the Vox Populi revolt, which, you guessed it, also devolves as it follows its natural extreme, because no one on board was careful.
Oh, their iconography is brought up plenty, but it's mostly just to use it as a plot beat. And in a way that makes it all the worse. The game takes something as big and complex and serious as institutionalized racism, and instead of talking about its root causes or its human costs or the struggle to change hearts and minds and laws, it basically just uses it as a shorthand for, these white folks sure are evil.
Fair enough. I acknowledge this near the start. However, as I said before, there's more to it than that.
If the game attempts to take any political opinion at all, it's a milquetoast centrism that borders on nihilism by making both sides of the Columbian Revolution morally repugnant.
When it comes down to it, the only difference between Comstock and Fitzroy is how you spell it.
By that logic, 1984 is also a nihilistic story. It just tells the tale of the world's greatest dictatorship, and never says, this is the result of conservatism, or this is communism. It doesn't even tell us how to dismantle it. Why do we accept that as an important story? Because it's a cautionary tale. It offers us warning signs so that we can be on the lookout for the next person who tries to create a dictatorship, regardless of party or political affiliation. And that's what Infinite is with this Civil War plot. It's not interested in stroking your ego or telling you that you're good and the other guy is bad. It's trying to tell us the dangers of becoming too comfortable with our own sense of self-righteousness.
The city of Columbia was originally built as by the United States government in the 1890s as a sort of a floating World's Fair, something they could float from one corner of the earth to the other and demonstrate to the rest of the world the success of the American experiment. Think of the Statue of Liberty, but it can move around the world. And what happened was there was a power struggle within Columbia. And this fellow who you'll sort of start to get a sense of in this demo, named Comstock, came into power in the city, and he had a bit of a different view. He had a more, extreme view of what the mission of America and the world is. And there were some people in the city who didn't like that. And that group was Vox Populi. And it started as a sort of a resistance, almost like a student movement against, the founders, the founders group that Comstock led, as, working to help, to unionize workers, to protect the rights of minorities, things like that within the city. But as the conflict between the founders and the Vox Populi got more extreme, each side started sort of ramping up their actions. And by the time you get to Columbia and you'll see the Vox Populi in the demo, the conflict is pretty extreme, and both sides have a bit of an attitude of, well, as long as we win, nothing else matters. And you encounter the founders last time and sort of got a sense of the dark side of them. And this time you'll encounter Daisy Fitzroy, who's the leader of the Vox Populi. You'll hear her speaking, you'll see her people at work, and what they're doing is they're essentially cleansing a portion of the city, moving the founders out of a portion of the city, a rich part of the city, and coming in themselves, and it's not a pretty picture to behold.
Sons of bitches! What am I gonna do with
Best if we don't draw attention to ourselves.
Hey! It's just a postman. He didn't hurt anybody. It's the witch! It's him! It's the witch! Get him! Take cover!
Admittedly, this background on the Vox Populi is left out of the finished product. Instead of being a social movement that turned it into a rebel group, it was a rebel group from the very beginning, having been founded by Daisy Fitzroy after she was framed for a crime she never committed. In other words, instead of being a reflection of the world, the Vox Populi is a reflection of Fitzroy, then later Elizabeth, which I'll discuss later. Most importantly is Ken Levine's stance.
And so you now have to, when you're on this sinking ship, you also know that the only way down to Proxima is through this asteroid field, but a human can't pilot that ship down to Proxima. So you need essentially one of your three worst enemies who have this, they're machines. So they have, picosecond reflexes and, ability to use LiDAR and all these other things to navigate the field. So they need you to get down to Proxima because they all have a different vision of what the future of the mission, what we call capital M mission, the future of getting humanity to Proxima is. They all have a different vision for it now. They were a family, essentially. Okeke and Tom were married, and Hope was their adoptive daughter. So they have a family that used to be, and now they're all broken up and at loggerheads with each other. And so you're negotiating with the three of them. They serve a similar role in some ways to Elizabeth. They're these companions you interact with the world, but their opinions of you is constantly shifting and constantly changing, and the world is reconfiguring itself to account for your relationship with them.
Don't you speak to her like that.
Or what, Dad?
Now you listen to me.
Hit the bricks, Tommy.
Child, I am telling
Hit
you.
the f***ing bricks.
Are you helping? Every time you help Tom, you're pissing off Nefertiti and you're pissing off Hope. Every time you help Hope, you're pissing off the other two, and they're constantly in this sort of this conflict with the three of them, but also learning about them, building friendships. And imagine being stuck in this situation in a lifeboat with your worst enemy and having to learn maybe the things you thought about them, the assumptions you made about them weren't entirely true. Maybe you get to learn about what they had to go through, their challenges in life, and how they became such a thorn in your side and you became a thorn in their side. And it's really a journey of discovery.
Please do this for me, Judas. Help me end this thing.
You have to live through your characters and not judge them so you can present them honestly. Mm-hmm. Because if you're just doing a blow-up doll of them, you're not really telling the whole story. You're more writing propaganda than you are writing, I'd rather write questions than answers.
Right.
And let the audience participate in figuring out what's right.
I love that. And I feel like there's something of that that's lost in the movies right now, games right now, where it just doesn't feel nuanced, and it doesn't feel like there's room for exploring ideas that are questionable. Like I wonder, do you think, we can cut this out if you want, do you think that Bioshock Infinite would be a game that would be allowed right now? Like especially that first sequence where you pick up the baseball, right? Would your publisher say, hey, bro, you got to take that out?
I think it would be allowed at Take-Two, because Take-Two is an exceptional company, and I'm really grateful to work there, because for instance, our first Bioshock, the first game we did for them, you would essentially murder the little sisters if you had a choice.
Right.
And at the time, there was a bunch of people who wanted to get that game canceled, and including
we had to argue in the studio, with the publisher, to include that element, because without that element, I don't think that game is Bioshock. And we had somebody at the publisher who really believed in us, and he supported us, but that was a close deal that almost got taken out. By the time we did Infinite, they trusted me more, but again, it was a very different political time. But certainly we had people who were very unhappy with some aspects of Infinite, and outside of the publisher, because they didn't agree with some of the political belief systems. I find people tend to like it when their opponents' political belief systems get beat up on, but if their beliefs get beat up on, they get and they'll cheer the thing on. And the truth is, look, I'm infallible. I'm fallible.
Yes.
You should just clip it out. Ken Levine says I'm fallible. I'm very fallible.
Yes.
But I can promise you, I make an effort to not just stereotype anybody.
Yeah.
Just let them live and breathe and try to see the world through their eyes. Even people who end up doing terrible things. I'm fascinated how you get from the baby in the crib to the monster.
Yep.
What happened?
I mean, that's one of my favorite books. It's my third time going through it, is Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. And just trying to figure out, like, I still can't wrap my head around it. I cannot wrap my head around what happened, like how it all spiraled out of control. And obviously there's the reasons, but it's like, it's so distant. So you go, okay, well, that's that time. That wouldn't happen now, you know? And clearly that's not true. It's like, we're still human beings, right? We still have the DNA that was in the 1930s and 40s. So it's really, really difficult to wrap my head around these crazy movements. You know what I mean?
But you see, we've lived in a time of intense political partisanship. So you can see how people get like political violence, right? You see a crowd who's very excited. You see various crowds. They tend to be on the extreme ends of both sides of the political spectrum. I don't even like saying both sides, because
there aren't sides anymore.
There aren't two sides. Yeah,
it's a collage, dude.
It's a collage. But people out towards the extremes tend to be big fans of political violence. You know, and they'll make excuses for it. And I think we're living in probably the people don't know, but like when I was a kid in I was born in the late 60s and grew up in the 70s and 80s, but there was bombings almost every day in the early 1970s by groups like the Weather Underground and the Simites Liberation Army. I don't know if you know the Patty Hearst story, but there was it's very strange. We don't really learn about it, but there was a lot of sort of extremist leftist groups in the 70s that were doing like almost daily bombings. They tended to be not targeted at people, but they could be. There were kidnappings, there were bombings, there were murders. And it was, I think what happens is you get political movements, like if you look at the 1960s, you get a lot of political activism. And then some people, you know, most of it out of the Vietnam War, some people when the Vietnam War ends, they go home, right? And they say, okay, mission accomplished, we've ended the war. But some people don't go home, and they get more and more extreme. And this is not contained to any political affiliation. It can be any political affiliation. And yeah, there's a great book I'm reading now called Days of Rage about the bombings that happened then and the violence that happened then. That was very much a lot of similar language to stuff you see today. But nobody's got the trademark on this, unfortunately. It's pretty broad.
Again, I can't speak for Ken's views, but he is a man that clearly wants to give people a fair hearing, instead of praising himself and chastising everyone else. His words on politics are 1,000 times more intelligent than your favorite comedian breaking into an unhinged rant about how evil the other guys are. What you're doing here, Campster, is the equivalent of saying that The Boy Who Cried Wolf is a story about wolf violence, then declaring it a bad story because it didn't give a thesis statement about what to do to stop wolf violence. You think you're being really clever, but you're just exposing to everyone else in the room that the point flew over your head.
But even to do that, the game tries to make some rather creepy false equivalencies between setting up a systemically racist government that persecutes other religions and being an overzealous revolutionary that takes things a little too far. It rings false and is honestly a little emotionally manipulative, placing the life of a child right in front of you in direct comparison to the myriad of abstract, unseen crimes and suffering at the hands of Comstock.
A little too far, Campster. The only thing of the Vox Popularis revolution you're showing is the moment of victory when they rise up, not what happens after. These aren't soldiers, Campster. These aren't politicians. These are civilians. Everyday townsfolk, as you might say. Their corpses litter the streets of Emporia. Is this a little too far? This is all intended to be reminiscent of similar revolts turned riots throughout history, such as the French Revolution. While the rebels in that context had a right to be angry, what they did was not just and deserves to be framed and discussed. These things happen, Campster, and pretending that they don't doesn't make you an intelligent analyst, it makes you an offended propagandist. I will grant you this, though. It is emotionally manipulative to cry about dead children as a shorthanded and complex argument. This happens all the time in Second Amendment debates. No one wants children to die in schools, and there are a myriad of solutions to that problem. The people who are against gun regulations are only against them because they fear what an unchecked government will do to an unarmed populace. This is usually skipped over, with 2A supporters being accused of wanting more kids to die. So, I understand what Campster is complaining about here. It is a cheap move on the game's part, not helped by the fact that this child came literally out of nowhere, with no identity given to him until the DLC. If this were the only thing the game did, Campster would be correct. But it isn't. And Campster himself, again, proves it with his earlier footage. I swear, I could make a drinking game out of all the times Campster's footage contradicts his arguments, but we'd be dead by morning. Alright, play it.
To top that off, there are moments of real, genuine human empathy here. Elizabeth and Booker's song in the basement of the shantytown bar is obviously a highlight of the game, but there are smaller moments. Hearing how Preston Downs moves from Comstock's pocket to a member of the Resistance, a Titanic-style scene where a woman is sobbing that she can't make the jump to the lifeboat, Booker's sudden panic and rejection of his baptism. These are emotionally charged scenes that feel like real things that real people would do. They're effective, grounded, honest.
You want to give us some context for the crying woman, Campster? No, don't get up. I'll get it.
Look, that's Comstock House. If we're gonna find him, we should start there.
The Vox are coming! We need to leave the dock! We need to push off immediately! The Vox are coming!
Where are these people going?
Wherever the Vox Populi ain't.
Jump! Come on, jump!
I did not do it! I'm sorry!
You need to remove your belongings or we can't take any more people! The barge is at full weight! We're taking off now! SFR!
Now, it looks like they're trying to get away from the Vox Populi. I wonder why the husband is so desperate to get her on board. Oh, I know. He's trying to save her from this. She's in that situation because of the Vox. How is this possible? How is it possible for you to bring up the scene, then forget the context behind it? Oh, right. It's because you think everyday townsfolk look like this. I shouldn't be surprised. And while we're on the subject of emotional manipulation, I want to point out that the majority of the corpses in Emporia are men. Not children, men. There are no dead or dying children in Emporia. Moreover, there are very few women. You can complain about sexist stereotypes all you like, but there's no denying the fact that people tend to sympathize with women more than men. It's why we say women and children first. It's why we show crying women when we try to scare people. It's why Sword Art Online shamelessly makes its villains into sexual predators to make them easily hateable. If Infant were half as emotionally manipulative as Campster suggests, we'd be seeing more women and less men here. We don't even see any dead kins. That Infant was brave enough to make most of these corpses men suggests a desire to discuss the facts over just shoving a crying puppy in the audience's faces. Now, maybe Campster isn't trying to suggest that Infant is hiding behind the child and doing nothing else. Unfortunately, the finished product of his video matters more, and his finished product leaves out the context for the crying adult woman as well as the rest of the Vox Populi's crimes. So this video is framing Infant in a dishonest light. And I am not stopping there. There's one more juicy nugget from Campster's early footage.
Hearing how Preston Downs moves from Comstock's pocket to a member of the Resistance, these are emotionally charged scenes that feel like real things that real people would do. They're effective, grounded, honest.
You want to talk the entire story of Preston Downs, Campster? Alright, let's play it. All 4 logs. And audience, I want you to pay attention to every word of it, especially in the 3rd diary.
Comstock came by the wagon at dawn. Man was just transfixed by my trophy scalps. Asked about the white ones there. I said, well, sir, if your quarry dwells in the jungle and beds down with the local color, why split hairs? Not a chuckle out of him. Either he ain't seen a man go native, or maybe too many. Anyhow, now he's got me hunting down this Daisy Fitzroy. Hope he don't expect me to stuff and mount her. Yeah. Old Preston is a sporting man, Miss Fitzroy. I won't steal up on you while you slumber like these Vox boys here with their pig stickers. That's 1 scalp to me. That's 2. Now when you hear this, I want you to square your affairs and come die in the side of the poets. You'll need a white man's weapon. Give this a try. Well, Fitzroy, you got a low cunning in you, if nothing else. Dropped a couple grizzly traps around the lines up here. Idea was to bleed one of your couriers till he gave you up. Set the course. You're using kids now. Now I got this tiny engine boy eyeballing me. Tried to take his leg off. Damn thing's just lying here between us. I sure wish he'd cry or something. Mr. Comstock, when we next meet, it won't be to parley. See, I went out to that Hall of Heroes to scalp your false shepherd for you. Turns out, though, DeWitt speaks Sioux. He helped me to swap words with this crippled child I've been, looking after. Now, after hearing how the kid has fared in your city, I'm thinking when we take your pelt, I'll let him hold the knife.
So let me get this straight. When Infant uses a wounded Native American child to convince Preston Downs to turn on Comstock and help the resistance, that's the game being honest, human, empathetic. But when it's using the threat of a dead white child to disillusion Elizabeth from the Vox Populi, that's emotional manipulation. And that's not all. It gets worse for Campster, honestly.
These are emotionally charged scenes that feel like real things that real people would do. They're effective, grounded, honest. They give the game a much-needed sense of humanity because so much of the game is, well, this.
False shepherds come to lead our lamb astray!
In part 1, I accused Campster of omitting the context to the scene as he presented it. Today, I'm going to show you the complete context.
Here? We've got to do something about that. Wait! It's him!
Now, where'd you get that brand, boy? Don't you know that makes you the backstabbing snake in the grass false shepherd?
And we ain't letting no false shepherd into our flock. Show them what we got planned, boys!
I should note that just before this moment, Booker was being made to participate in the stoning of an interracial couple. I'm leaving this out because it would take up too much time, and the point of my argument is that Fink and his men are in the wrong, regardless of the racism, as evident by the fact that they will attack you even if you agree to participate. I'm telling you all this because I want to be honest about the context. Fink and his men sentenced Booker to a public execution, a painful one at that, based on nothing but circumstantial evidence. One can only imagine how many innocents were murdered in silence because those exact initials were carved onto the backs of their hands. This scene, right here, is irrefutable proof that Booker is fighting in self-defense, even if he is a morally ambiguous antihero. Campster chose to omit from the same video where he would claim that Booker has no reason to kill.
It's not even that the game suffers from some severe dissonance between its play and its story, although that's certainly here. Booker will be mourning his time as a Pinkerton agent keeping the unions down, or lamenting his involvement in Wounded Knee one minute, and the next he's exploding the heads off of one person or jamming his skyhook straight into the neck of another. But more than just dissonant, the combat feels like empty, pointless filler designed to pad a game out to official retail game length TM. The violence is never at any point sufficiently justified. In Bioshock, splicers felt like monsters, but in a way they actually were. They were certainly no longer human and were driven mad either by their genetic modifications, living in a tin can at the bottom of the sea, or simply witnessing the horrors of Rapture's fall. Here, though, there's no justification for why everyday townsfolk will bum-rush Booker with a suicidal fervor and insatiable bloodlust.
And I don't think that this was an accident. That context comes right before the moment that Campster cut. There is no other cutscene in the game like it. Campster knew it was there, and he left it out to preserve an argument that would have crumbled otherwise, framing that very first kill as a brutal murder. And the same goes for the Vox Populi. The scene that Campster is referencing to accuse Infinite of being emotionally manipulative comes at the tail end of the face-off with Fitzroy, in which he openly declares war on Booker.
It's done.
Burn their bodies when you're done.
Kill that child. Booker, we have to do something. We have to act. We have to get in there. Come on, Booker, we've got to get out of here. Boost me up. Go to the window and distract Daisy. Go!
Is this it? Is this your movement, Daisy?
This is what needs to be done. You see, the founders ain't nothing but weeds. Cut them down and they just grow back. If you want to get rid of the weed, you gotta pull it up from the root. It's the only way to do
it. Elizabeth.
I guess it runs in the family.
Elizabeth. Whoa, hey, easy.
The violence is never at any point sufficiently justified.
It is objectively impossible for Campster to cite this scene without also admitting that he saw this scene. And yet, he insists that Booker is running around killing people for no reason. Now, why is this relevant, you ask? Because it is very clear that Campster knew that he was making these edits and omissions, and made no effort to adjust or correct his arguments, opting to sell the idea that the player is fighting everyday townsfolk. It is highly inappropriate for a man who would make these edits and omissions to then accuse Bioshock Infinite of being the emotionally manipulative party.
But instead we have this giant and monotonous murder fest with poorly designed and sloppy-feeling derivative mechanics trying to pass itself off as meaningful because of a 20-minute ending cutscene and...
And it is equally inappropriate for the same man to use an emotionally charged word like murder to describe what he knows are self-defense killings. And make no mistake, he will abuse that word one more time by the end of this. In short, Campster isn't upset that the game tried to emotionally manipulate the audience. He's upset that the game used it against him and his ideals.
Well, as long as we win, nothing else matters.
The result is a game that embarrasses itself in its attempts to offend no one.
No, it was doing the opposite. It was trying to offend everyone. This is evident by the fact that Infinite wound up on the woke games lists for no other reason than because it discussed racism. On the flip side, we have people like Anita Sarkeesian and yourself expressing contempt for his criticism of rapid revolutions.
Booker shoots his way across Columbia, getting caught up in all sorts of drama in the process, as the game tells players a garbage story which suggests that oppressed people are just as bad as their oppressors and that the truth is always somewhere in the middle. But that's much too big a can of worms for us to open in this video.
Bioshock sees the player first fight against the libertarian ideals of Andrew Ryan in Bioshock 1, and then the extremist collectivism of Sophia Lamb in Bioshock 2. Bioshock Infinite regrettably has you fight first against the racists, and then shock and awe, the people fighting the racists are just as bad. And look, Bioshock Infinite remains trash thematically, but it does fit this overall trend of the player trying to moderate to extremes, even if it's grotesque.
In short, the right hate Infinite for saying that patriotism and nationalism can go too far, and the left hate Infinite for saying that revolutions can go too far. There was nothing cowardly here. There was something cowardly in Burial at Sea's decision to backpedal on Daisy Fitzroy, but that's not what happened here in the main game.
Asking only that you find a political position somewhere left of racist dictator and somewhere right of murderous revolutionary.
No, that's not what Infinite is saying. Just as 1984 isn't saying this specific party will create a dictatorship. It's a cautionary tale on the dangers of believing that you can do no wrong. It's a warning that the ends don't always justify the means, and that just because you are fighting for the right cause doesn't mean that your actions are above criticism. And I think that's why most people didn't recognize it. We weren't as politically divided in 2013 as we are now. But seriously, look at where we're at. Look at all the riots and acts of political violence. Look at everyone on all parties shamelessly betraying their own values just so that they can win. Twitter would make it a point to censor anyone who claimed that the 2020 election was sabotaged, with many on the left rightfully claiming that it is their right despite the right's claims. Later on, an article would come out revealing that other social media platforms work together to repress information. Then Elon Musk buys Twitter, rebrands it, and suddenly the left is concerned that he has too much power over the information that voters have. Ignore that article, by the way. It doesn't exist. Republicans are currently working to rewrite the laws around term limits to give Donald Trump a third term, all without any consideration for how this would affect politics in the future. Then lastly, we have Justin Trudeau, who exercised emergency powers to freeze the banking accounts of political dissidents. The left, who had previously prided themselves on being anti-fascist, standing up against the tyrannical Trump regime, turned a blind eye to it. After all, he was on their side. It looked bad if they pointed it out, so they pretended it didn't happen. And that's assuming that they weren't actively cheering him on.
Well, as long as we win, nothing else matters.
And on top of it all, political violence is becoming more and more the norm, creating a world where bullets are preferable to words. All of these and more are examples of how both the left and the right betrayed their values the second it became inconvenient to stand by them. And make no mistake, I stand on one of these teams. I voted in the last election, and I believe that I cast my vote for the correct candidate. I praise Infinite not because it tells me that I'm a good person, but because it serves as a reminder to me as to what I should never, ever allow myself to become. No one wants to talk with each other anymore. The left views the right as irredeemably evil, and the right views the left as irredeemably evil. While it is true that in a conflict of specific facts, only one side can be truly correct, and I definitely have my own stance politically, the stubborn refusal to accept that you and your own side could be wrong about any specific subject or action has led to people committing countless atrocities in the past. Infinite's warning against extremism is a massive slap in the face that many people need right now. Maybe the problem here is that Infinite came out 10 years too early. A common criticism of centrism is that it is a passive position. Instead of taking a stand against a specific political force, the centrist tends to stall and watch. And yes, that may be true. It may lead to a failure to act when necessary. But better to be that man than the man who shamelessly sets fire to his neighbor's home because the news called him a Nazi. And no, I'm not going to tell you where I stand politically. That's irrelevant.
And none of that matters anyway, as it drops what little political pretext it has in the rush to get to the exposition necessary for the ending.
No, it didn't. If we assume that Infinite is trying to discuss racism, you would be right. But it's discussing extremism. Following the death of Daisy Fitzroy, it shifts gears to focus on the fall of the Vox Populi, which is shown in the background of Columbia all throughout. In a story like this, shifting the focus halfway is not only acceptable, but preferable. You could argue that placing these in the background is them dropping the politics, but that would still be false. Contrary to what Campster would have you believe, Booker and Elizabeth aren't spending the first half of the game fighting through Columbia to prove to Comstock that racism is wrong. They're fighting to escape. They have no stake in the Civil War. The Civil War is strictly an obstacle to them, and no more. While they have their opinions on Comstock's racism, they are not fighting to dismantle the establishment. It was in the background in the first half every bit as much as it was in the second half. That Booker and Elizabeth are more or less neutral in this conflict further stresses Infinite's warning against extremism, showing the people who wanted no part in the conflict inevitably get dragged in and hurt by it. Even without the added context that the ending offers, Booker and Elizabeth are outsiders in this conflict who only want out. Most importantly, the fall of the Vox also contributes to Elizabeth's character. Remember, Ken Levine is not a wasteful writer. Many dishonest critics tried to frame Elizabeth as a wide-eyed, happy idealist start to finish, but the violence she sees and partakes in wails away at her. During the Finkton arc, Booker and Elizabeth are a trifle confused over whether they're traversing other realities or not. In the end, it's concluded that they were in the same reality all along, and that Elizabeth was just moving the pieces around.
Did it. I don't know if I brought us to a world where the Vox had weapons, or I created one. This is not what I meant to have happen.
Elizabeth.
They're dead, Booker.
Come on. Let's leave this place. Let's go to the factory and get our airship. This isn't our responsibility, none of it. You just opened a door to this world and we stepped through.
Are you sure, Booker? Did I just bring us to a world where Chenlin was alive, or did I create it? I told you I always thought that my little trick was a form of wish fulfillment. I got my wish.
This means that Elizabeth is responsible for everything that the Vox Populi does. Hence, this scene.
I've been there. Listen, I think you should talk to me. Why don't you just come out of there? Elizabeth.
This is all I had.
Listen.
How do you do it?
How do I do what?
Forget. How do you wash away the things that you've done?
You don't. You just learn to live with it.
She's not just asking about Fitzroy here. She's asking about what she did to Chen Lin and everyone else going forward. Seeing more of the Vox Populi's violence in Emporia hits her with this harder and harder.
Look at this. Fitzroy's no better than Comstock. Was she?
Once people get their blood up, it ain't easy to settle it down again.
This is on our hands, isn't it?
This reaches its apex when she tries to dismember her mother's corpse, believing that she's already fallen, so there's no point in trying to improve herself. Instead, she just wants to exact revenge on the mother she thinks wronged her.
What are we looking for?
There it is.
It's your mother's grave.
They have her preserved in an airtight chamber. Fingerprints will get us into Comstock House.
She's your mother.
A mother who abandons their child doesn't draw a lot of sympathy in my book.
Take a moment to think about what you're doing.
There. Do you open the door or do I have to go in without you?
Elizabeth.
It's her. How are you, Mother? All locked up in there, huh? Looks like you and I have some common ground.
Let me do it.
No.
Let me do it.
This is what the Vox Populi revolt adds to the main story. Ken Levine may not use these elements the way you would prefer, but he does use them.
The ending. I'm not going to go through the trouble of trying to work out what happened. There are plenty of videos and forum posts where the actual logistics are being torn apart.
By people who have never heard of an ambiguous ending before, but go on.
What confuses me about the ending isn't literally what happened, but what those events are supposed to mean. What we're supposed to take away from them, if anything. I've got my theories, none of which are particularly flattering to the game, but this video's run too long already.
Well, you could have said something, Campster. It would certainly help to bolster your credibility after the embarrassingly bad arguments thus far. Remember Ken's challenges with writing Christianity? And the long conversation he had that led to him understanding his view of forgiveness? This moment greatly influenced the final draft of the story, in which Ken invoked a theme and arc of Elizabeth learning the importance of forgiveness. I'm not making this up. Here's a montage.
To those who loved me, I was the most generous of souls. There was no pain I would deny them, no betrayal I would not gladly give. And when I had scorched the hearts of all who loved me, the prophet said, "There is nothing you can do for which I will not forgive you. For God has granted me sight, and through his eyes, even you are loved." Tonight, the prophet moved against his political enemies. He preaches mercy, but 40 souls lie tonight dead in unmarked graves. If a man was ever unworthy of grace, who would be my husband? But when I was beyond redemption, he offered it anyway. How can I deny forgiveness to one who with love granted it to me? I know the prophet is a liar, but he cannot be. I know the prophet is a murderer, but he cannot be. For if the future lies only in the imagination of God, why would he reveal it to such a monster? Lutez says the bastard is a creation not of her womb, but of some unholy science. I do not know which is true. The child is no more divine than I. What says that for my husband's prophecy? He begs my silence, but I can only offer him forgiveness. But with repentance need come truth. I can suffer his lies no longer.
and wipe away the debt. But in the end, he is the one who'll have to pay down all of our accounts, won't he? Where does his guilt start and mine end? As the days pass, I believe less in God and more in Lutece. My powers shrivel as my regrets blossom. All of this because my father failed me. By the time I realized how far I'd gone, it was too late to stop it. But there is still one last chance at redemption for both of us. Like my father, I could see all that would be, might be, and must not be. And what did the Lord receive in return for his gifts? Eve and her apple, Sodom and Gomorrah. Humanity wrote a bad check, and the flood was the only way to settle accounts. For what is Columbia, if not a different arc in a different time? A man once promised me that he would free me of my chains. But in the end, he abandoned me to serve his own needs. But in some ways, I thank him. He showed me exactly how much faith our species deserved. God put his faith in men once too. It seems that we have something in common. Disappointment. I did not always love the prophet. In truth, I ran from his embrace. I even denied that I was his. I followed a man who seemed to be everything my father was not. That man was a false shepherd. And when the wolves came for me, he was nowhere to be found. I am here to finish my father's work. As he baptized me with water, I shall baptize the Sodom below with fire and prepare it for the coming of the Lord. Are we worth saving if we will not save ourselves? There will be no salvation until the fire floods the cities and covers the plains. Once this world has been born again, 1,000,000 others wait their turn.
In order for Elizabeth to overcome the destiny that the multiverse has locked her in, she has to learn to forgive. First by forgiving Lady Comstock, which grants them access to Comstock House, then through her older self forgiving Booker for his failings and reaching out to him.
Used me to bring you back, but I brought back a version of you from the reality that I had built up in my own head. He pretended to love you, like he pretended to love me. I am not your husband's bastard. I am his victim. My days of victimhood are done. We must forgive each other, because there's one far worse than you.
Killed me because you wouldn't keep a secret. If that's so, then why am I alive? Not in this world. Maybe this is you in another world where you never meet him. Or when I saved him. I don't know. Is that possible? Find out. Find out. done. I cannot stop what I have put in motion. But perhaps I can keep it from ever starting. He was my first hope. And now, he is my last.
It was coming.
Songbird. He always stops you.
Yes, but I would find a way.
No. It's too late for me. I brought you here for your sake. Yours and hers. Here.
What is this?
It's for her. She'll know how to read it.
What does it say?
It's advice.
Advice on what?
How not to become me.
Comstock's final move as an antagonist is to challenge this very development in Elizabeth's character.
Stand back. I'm ending this.
Booker, no. This is between me and him.
You are walking into a trap.
I need to do this.
Come here, child. Oh, come on, I don't bite. My, oh my, how you have grown.
Tell me, what am I?
Look at you, child. You're
Hey,
a mess.
let go of her.
Elizabeth, everything I've done to keep you safe.
Safe from what?
Seed of the prophet shall sit the throne and drown in flame the mountains of man. But the archangel revealed something else. Beware, prophet. Beware the false shepherd, Booker DeWitt, for he shall be as a wall between her and destiny.
Why?
DeWitt, I'm a fool. I've sent mighty armies to stop you. I've rained fire on you from above. I did all of that to keep you from her, when all I needed was to tell her the truth. Ask him, child. Ask him what happened to your finger. Ask DeWitt.
Let go of me.
Ask him.
She's your daughter, you son of a bitch! And you abandoned her! Was it worth it? Huh? Did you get what you wanted?
Booker.
Tell me!
Booker.
Tell me!
It is finished.
Nothing is finished!
Booker.
You lock her up for her whole life!
Booker.
You cut off her finger, and you put it on me!
Booker, stop it!
You
You killed him. What did he mean? Huh? You tell me, what did he mean about my finger?
I don't know. I just assumed you were born with it. I don't know.
Your nose. It's bleeding.
What? Elizabeth, I swear to you, I have no idea what he was talking about.
You too. You just can't remember it.
No. I'll prove it to you. We'll destroy the siphon. The answer's behind one of your doors. You just have to open it.
Destroy the siphon? It's the entire tower, Booker. How are we gonna do that?
I don't know. But I'll think of something on the way.
When Elizabeth regains full control of her powers by destroying the siphon and learns the full truth, she does the exact opposite of what Comstock suspects. She forgives Booker. That was the key to resolving all of this, as neither she nor Booker were ever able to even get close to the siphon until Elizabeth started practicing forgiveness.
We've gotta stop them.
No, that's the E.
No, that is separate.
Booker, hurry.
No, it's not.
It is.
Isn't.
Is.
Isn't.
Is.
Try again.
No, you try.
Fine.
Stop it! Stop it! You don't know what you're doing!
No, that is not it.
There it is. You've done it now. He's coming back. He's coming back.
The notes were correct.
The instrument was not.
One needs both to get his attention.
But if you know how to sing to him,
He will take you where you need to go.
Who are you?
we are where we are needed.
And needed where we are.
So Comstock uses these songs. Are there others we can use? Something to keep the bird off our back?
Perhaps you should ask the maestro himself.
So where is he? Of course. Well, at least they left the piano.
This doesn't make any sense. Everything here is a cipher that I understand except for this symbol. It's a cage. Did she say anything about this?
No.
Tell us. Cage. I'm missing something.
They said they knew what was best for us. They said they knew what was coming next. Did you see this coming, old man?
Okay,
Did you see this coming?
They mean to board us.
You ain't gonna place your daughter on the throne. We're gonna place her in a plane.
Elizabeth, stop it!
It's not a word, Booker! It's a song!
Shh, it's okay. Protect me, will you do it? Will you do this for me? Just this one last thing. Go! Booker, he'll help us. We can use them against the box.
In short, not only did Infinite say something, politically, personally, and even mechanically, but what it said is more relevant today than it was when it initially came out.
I'll close by saying this. As much as I hated, and I mean really detested, Bioshock Infinite's core gameplay,
because you didn't engage with its mechanics even once, but go on.
I kept playing because of those flashes of humanity. What propelled me forward wasn't fat loot or awesome headshots or flashy set pieces of explosions.
Yeesh, talk about pretentious.
It was seeing a sad monster horrified of what he'd become. It was awkward conversations with Elizabeth getting defensive about her finger. It was a father screaming out in defense of his child. It was a girl experiencing freedom and dance for once in her life. These are moments I legitimately loved in this game. Moments that will stick with me. But we can't let games be human and artful in bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces is what makes those moments work. If you have too much of this or that, it becomes normal and dull. These moments hit because they are infrequent and come at us at the right times.
Honesty and integrity and empathy aren't like marshmallows and Lucky Charms. They're not meant to be the small good parts surrounded by the fluff of machine gun fire and murder. And they're not like the lollipop we get for being a good kid at the dentist. They're not the sweet reward we get at the end for putting up with all this tacky combat.
First off, self-defense killing is not murder. And here we have Campster chastising the use of story as reward once again. I discussed this before at the start, but I need to pick this apart one more time. Campster likes to go on and on about how the interactive element of games are a pivotal component of the art form. And he isn't necessarily wrong for that, but there's more to it than that. And the other key feature is how those bits of interaction make us feel. The feeling of fear when we're in a corner, of frustration or loss when we fail a challenge. More than that, though, is the feeling that all games should have in common. The one feeling that all games should have in common. The satisfaction of accomplishment. When I was a child, I had the original Spyro the Dragon with a PlayStation 2. No PlayStation 1 memory card attached. The result was that I had to restart the game every time I turned it off, because I couldn't save. This had the effect of making the journey of Spyro far longer for me than for most players. When I finally reached Nasty's world, I felt like I had reached the end of an Odyssey. A feeling carried over into the admittedly clumsy Legend of Spyro reboot. They turned what was once a collectathon platformer into a combat game, with a darker and more serious story. I despised the core gameplay due to how tedious it was. The MP bar was far too low for one to use the powers effectively, and MP was too rare to properly restore. Players had to rely on an extremely dull and lackluster melee system, making the gameplay boring at best and frustrating at worst. But at no point would I have said that it was at odds with the story. The story was trying, albeit unsuccessfully, to be a big epic. Because of this, whenever I finally made it past those frustrating hordes of enemies, I felt a tremendous sense of ownership and immersion with Spyro, feeling as though we are overcoming the same obstacles together. Again, the gameplay wasn't good, and it's for that reason that I didn't use this as an example earlier, but the feeling that accompanied each cutscene was worth it. And it wasn't just these games. Ratchet & Clank, Sly Cooper, Uncharted, and many, many more gave me the same feeling. Nowadays, the only games that give me this feeling on a massive scale are Japanese role-playing games.
You've grown strong. Let us settle this here and now. Lord of Calamity.
I swear, we'll finish this! We'll devour all this hatred! Not done yet!
Stop struggling! Give up your fight. I will end the world's sadness. I have to end it!
Arthur's forgotten maxim! Don't despair!
Spoken like a true hero.
It's what you told me once, long ago.
On the day of the opening, Velvet, the Arthur you knew, died that day. It was always there, and in the back of my mind. If only it hadn't been Celica and my son who were killed that day. If only it had been you two instead.
I thought the same thing, so many times. If it had been us, then I know you would have fought to save the world for us.
It's true. I wanted to save everyone. Such a pity.
This scene was the culmination of months of hard work. In addition to going through a campaign that was already fairly long on its own, I had to take regular breaks from the plot just to grind, leveling up to stay ahead of the game. This is par for the course for every JRPG. Every one is a project in and of itself, and that's what makes the experience so magical. In addition to spending time with these characters, which you can do in any medium, I feel like I'm working with them. Just as they're putting their heads together to figure out what to do, I'm planning out how long I'm going to have to grind and what equipment I'm going to have to use in any scenario, so I'm ready for the next challenge. This all culminates in a moment of tremendous satisfaction when I finally reach the end of the journey, followed by a bit of sadness as I realize it's time to say goodbye to these characters I was traveling with. You want Ludonarrative resonance? It's right here.
If only it had been you two instead.
I thought the same thing, so many times. If it had been us, then I know you would have fought to save the world for us.
If there was a button I could press to skip to this cutscene, I wouldn't touch it. To demand that we not have these moments locked behind gameplay is to complain that you shouldn't have to subject yourself to tension before the happiness in an action-adventure movie, scares before closure in a horror movie, tears before resolution in tearjerkers. It's a shameless, naked portrayal of everything the mediums and genres stand for, all done in the name of supposedly pushing the medium forward.
There are things we need to be demanding our games simply be. Sneaking in a quiet moment or saccharine song between meaningless violence isn't going to push this medium forward, and no number of 10 out of 10 reviews is going to change that.
Yes, Campster, you're right. We won't improve the industry by throwing around empty praise, but we aren't going to improve it by sterilizing the industry to make it palatable for people who never liked it and never will like it. Instead, we need to stand our ground. Infinite's violence did not contradict this story. It only made it hard to show to judgmental non-gamers. Judgmental non-gamers who enjoy just as much action in a film. And honestly, who cares? If they try to make fun of you, you should scoff at them, not water down your hobby in a vain attempt at capturing what counts as high art to strangers.
Bioshock Infinite's ambitions to be an affecting game aren't core to its experience. They aren't core to its gameplay. Instead, we simply glimpse them between the cracks of the edifice, the way the Fink brothers overheard brilliance through the Lutece tears. And much like a jazz band cover of a Tears for Fears song, it's an imitation that strives for success it doesn't understand nor rightfully deserve.
Well, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? You spent the entire review blatantly misrepresenting how the story and gameplay function with each other, showcasing that you never engaged with the mechanics even once, despite playing the game twice, and focusing strictly on the surface-level interpretation of a political story that is clearly saying something far broader and deeper. I think the one who doesn't understand anything is you. But truthfully, I don't think you're a horrible person, Campster. Rather, I just think you made a bad review. Originally, I was going to end this response with a much harsher chastisement, quoting your description verbatim. You made a bad critique. Worse, an easy to refute bad critique. Feel bad for yourself. But something made me change my mind.
There's machine gun fire against lead... God, smug jackass. I fully empathize with everyone who writes horrible things about me watching this.
That bit of humility and humor made me remember that for all the deceit and incompetence, there is still a person behind this review. And to shamelessly attack you, insulting you, and tearing away at your ego until there is nothing left, would have made me the very thing that Infinite warned us all not to become. So, as an act of respect, I'm going to be kind. Much of what I said throughout this video came from a place of genuine frustration. The more I watched your critique, the more holes and contradictions I saw, and the fact that there are people out there that think this critique was well thought out infuriated me. Because of this, I did let my anger pour out. I did what I could to mitigate it. However, there were some things that I genuinely believe that Campster needed to be chastised for, such as his blatant misrepresentation of key plot points. Campster, if you are able to make it to this point, then thank you. You have my respect, and I would definitely be open to an honest dialogue if you would allow it. I don't expect Campster to watch any of this response, much less do I expect him to make it to the end. But if you do, Campster, I want you to understand that I don't believe that you are a reliable source. There are just too many contradictions and comments made out of pure ignorance. And when Judas comes out, I will be keeping a close eye on you, and if I have a rebuttal, which I likely will, I will give it with utmost respect. And thus ends the Errant Signal series. I swear, I didn't intend for this to be a 5-hour epic when I started. I just had so much evidence and so many things to say. But now I think I'm ready to take on the biggest Infinite critic of them all. See you all for episode 3.
It's like, you kind of just want to ask, like, Ken Levine, like, so what was your opinion on the slave revolts that happened in the United States? Like, what was your opinion on, like, the West Virginian miners that, like, risked their lives striking against their, like, rich northern masters?
Because it makes no attempt to morally equivocate or it does morally equivocate, I guess, the mountain of systemic racism and oppression going on in Colombia with the violence that they're enacting against their oppressors. They are equally bad. And that's really where the game kind of is offensive.
Like, the argument, like, if you're listening to the evil propaganda she's speaking, which is, like, being, like, her propaganda is supposed to, at this point, like, draw direct comparisons to Comstock. Comstock was basically saying some people are just worse
and we should build our whole society around that idea so that we, the people who are not worse, can live comfortable, happy lives. And Daisy's saying they will oppress you and enslave you, and Daisy's correct, because that's what's already happening.
And this is part of why I wanted to ask you about what you think would happen if the Bioshock games were released today, because we now view everything through such a political lens in a way that, yes, I mean, you can't avoid that in a game like Bioshock Infinite or in a movie like One Battle After Another. It is political art. At the same time, I think there are people who are viewing these things not as art, just as politics.
Right.
And that seems to me like, it seems to me like that is, I guess maybe my question is that constraining for video games as an industry, for art? I mean, do you it seems like you have tried to avoid that, but you also, your last release was in 2014. And so you have not put something out quite into the world that we exist in now. How do you see this affecting, this kind of art and culture?
It was definitely getting more there in 2014. Like, there was a reaction, the moment in Infinite where the revolutionary group, we've made clear, has their own moral challenges versus the oppressor, the oppressor group, which, you see the founders of the city. But the revolution is an extremely bloody and violent revolution, like most revolutions often tend to be, right? If you know the history of revolutions, most of them, I mean, the American Revolution was relatively squeaky clean, but there was still a lot of death and a lot of, people, cleansed out, and the loyalists being, chased out and imprisoned of their homes. It was a mess. But most revolutions, I think the French Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, they really devolved into a bit of a mess. And there were people who were pretty angry at the fact that I portrayed the revolutionary side as also having their own challenges. And that was interesting because it was the first we try to be very fair to everybody, and we try to explain why they were so angry and, why that might spin out of control. Suddenly they're in charge. Russian Revolution, Maoist Revolution, these are all not great examples of immediate peace and harmony. And so I got a lot of crap about that because there was a very particular viewpoint that it was racist or something to assume that group of sort of the underclass or the marginalized group would not stage a purely noble revolution. So I got a bit of that. Probably if it came out in 2020, would have been a much bigger conversation too, and that might have made some people very nervous. But to me, that's never a disincentive to. I think a writer, if you're not going to be brave about these things, well, you shouldn't be a writer. And I think I reacted to it at first, and I was freaked out about it. All of a sudden, always people are saying all these things about me, and I had to be get over it and say, look, Ken, look at the work, talk to a bunch of people. I think it was pretty fair. I think it lines up historically. And you know what? If you're afraid and you're afraid to write things, people are going to get mad at you. Well, you're not very much of a writer.